Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to order. We welcome you. Let's call the roll, please, to establish a quorum.
Member Ashby? Here. Warren? Here. Harris?
Here.
Hanson?
Here.
Chenier? Guerra?
Here.
Jennings?
Here.
Carr?
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Very
We do
good.
have a quorum.
We do have a quorum. I'd like to ask the President or Executive Director of the Volunteers of America, Leo McFarland, who is here today. Are you here, Leo? To please come on up. You didn't know this. Just had an outstanding breakfast and event honoring the VOA and supporting the VOA last Friday morning, and I would like to honor you with leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, sir. Thank you.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Leo. Appreciate it. Okay. Does the city attorney have a report out of closed session?
Mayor and council, we do have one item. The council, sitting as the SHRA, RASA, and Housing Authority Board, unanimously authorized the filing of a writ challenging the State Department of Finance denial of employee benefit payments.
Very good. Thank you for that report. We begin now at 5 o'clock. Public comments for matters not on the agenda. We will go till 6 or 6:10, and then convene the agendized part of the meeting. So what do we have here?
Okay, we have several that have signed up for items that are not on the agenda, probably about 12 or 13.
Okay.
So if you'd like to start with
Let's
those.
go. 2
we will
minutes
begin.
apiece. Thank you.
All right, so we'll call three at a time, which is our normal practice. We'll start with Michael Voy, Janet Fricke, and Mac Worthy. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome. Good evening.
Afternoon, Mayor and council members. I just want to speak for a moment on the cost of housing a little bit. I didn't speak last week when you approved the project at 800K because I didn't really want to point that project out or the developers of that project because I think it's a good project and I didn't want anybody to think that I was taking shots at it. But the cost in that project require that for anyone that's a homeless person or has the minimum Social Security and that's their sole source of income, they'll have a very difficult time achieving housing there without a voucher. And even the vouchers would require several $100s a month subsidy and don't go very far, because I think the proposed rents there were between $500 and $600 for the 27 to 30 or whatever that number of units were. And so somebody who's at 30% of their income, if that's $300 or thereabouts, you can see they're paying 50 to 55% maybe of the subsidy. And therefore, that was one of the reasons that I really wanted to point out that there have been some proposals, I think, from some of the members on the council for some alternatives that might get the subsidy that's going to be required lower so that whatever the monies are in the, say $80 million or the $5 million that the city starts out with, the $80 million over 5 years, will go a little further. I'll have more to say in requesting some things to talk about for internships maybe for seniors who are trapped in their income level.
Oh, very, very good. Look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, Janet? Okay, then we'll go to Mac Worthy. Is it Mac? and then Wanda.
Good afternoon. We want to make it clear, I'm here under federal law, freedom of speech. What you heard here Tuesday night, it was nothing about a Jew or a Christian. It was that guy's problem. My thing is, what is black folks doing in this town? You got 3 on the city council, but where is our job? How do you find a black leader in this town? Webster Dictionary tells you that there have to be people to choose you as a leader. Then about the NBA and the NFL, 82% black. What is the percentage of the players' negotiation? What are they black? You make decisions on who there and that nationality making those decisions, and I will tell you what I'm after. When we look at the 1,000 strong, that was a slap in the face. That was a slap in the face. Go all across the country to get a black woman. As many black women here can run their organization, and you cannot get no free enterprise for no jobs. They can't even get jobs, so how are they going to have an intern? You don't have to pay retirement on them and medical, but you're going to have to match that Social Security. And you got businesses going out of businesses here, and then you're going to say, well, we're 1,000 strong, we're going to do this from inside. What did the last mayor do from his internship? Nothing. Where are those people? Where are the people that's $800 million spent for the arena, and you only got 60 concession jobs? Where is those big jobs, and who is holding those big jobs? It's sure the hell they ain't black folks.
Okay, Wanda. Following Wanda is Victor Brazelton, Vernon Odom, I believe it is, and Russell Rawlings.
Good evening. I was told that there was going to be Alan Warren's camping thing on the agenda tonight, and I see that it's not on there. I'm really disappointed. So when will this council be talking about this camping area?
Do you want?
I'm talking about the next week?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we were all in the impression that we were going to be here to talk about that tonight, and we're really all disappointed that it's not on the agenda. So, so it's a lot of misinformation, and it seems like it's happening a lot of misinformation. I know you guys are stretched out. You even get paid to do this job. But you know, we as citizens here pay you a wage, and a mighty fine wage at that, each and every one of you. Look at me like you want, but we do pay our taxes, and which pay for you to make decisions for us. Which is really sad that we can't come here now because you guys are having this switch from 6 o'clock to 5 o'clock to continue disrupting our lives. It's a continue of disruption. You need to get rid of that anti-camping law.
Victor? Victor?
Vernon? Oh. Thank you. Last week, surrounding the police budget, council members used black members of the community's voices to move forward budgetary requests. While ignoring a larger part of the community that appeared before council publicly in August in 2015, requesting that the Police Oversight Commission be granted the power to make policy recommendations and have investigative power. Additionally, members, not only the black community, but a wide network of multilateral organizations and international faith organizations returned in September to ask the council to address the continued issues surrounding police brutality and accountability and lack of teeth of civil-led Police Oversight Commission. When members of this council choose to use black communities to recommend more funding towards an institution that we have vocally asked for civilian-led oversight, is seeking to not only speak for a community you do not represent, but choose which black voices you will listen to. It is often a reason these conversations become, as you said, uncivil, because privilege is used to speak for a community to get what you want, but oftentimes fails to listen and ignores the larger issue and concerns the community has requested you to address. Secondly, diversity. Johnny Coleman, 19, was targeted and handcuffed this weekend only days after being appointed to the Police Oversight Commission, is learning a hard lesson that diversity, absent of culture change, results in the same outcome. And because the council elected not to allow the Oversight Commission to make policy changes, sadly, the most Mr. Coleman can do is express his 2 minutes at the podium. Third, a culture that targets, brutalizes, and murders black bodies and rewards it. For when the police chief, who is a minority, and the mayor awards the city of rewards the killing of a mentally ill man, we see diversity is not enough. Member of these council become visibly upset, stopping a speaker from using target language, and ultimately limit the time that they could speak last week. I felt this was a great example of how it feels to be targeted. While the targeting seems unreasonable and unfounded, this council had the privilege to take action and stop that targeting, something that Mr. Coleman and many members of this community do not have. It was my hope that whatever compelled the council to take action to exercise its privilege continues when it comes to targeting that is happening currently in the black bodies in Sacramento by police department, and instead of rewarding it. Without a change in culture, diversity will not get the results the community is asking for.
Vernon?
Hello. My name is Vernon Odom. I live with my 92-year-old mother, and on 2432 48th Avenue, we have a easement, about a 100-yard easement between us and 24th Street because of the flight pattern of the Sacramento Executive Airport, and nobody can build on it. There's we've been getting the runaround for 3 or 4 weeks now, trying to get the fence that separates our property from that field fixed. I've been trying to prop it up through the years, but it's almost at a 45-degree angle now. I've got some pictures of it, if they would be of any help, but I was hoping to get some financial help for a good neighbor fence. I understand usually with, at least with homeowners, residents, if you put up a new fence, you share the cost, kind of 50-50. So I was hoping to get help from the city because we understand that the property, the easement, belongs to the city.
Could we have somebody from the city staff meet with Mr. Odom to please talk to him about his request? We'll have somebody from the city staff talk to you. Thank you. There's our Community Development Director, Ryan DeVore. Thank you.
Okay, Russell Rawlings is next. Following Russell is Jonah Paul.
Good evening, Russell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Russell Rawlings. I'm a resident of Oak Park. I am a resident of Sherman Oaks, an SHRA property in North Oak Park. And I'm here this evening to talk to you about our rental crisis that's occurring here in the city. According to California Housing Partnership research, Sacramento County needs approximately 62,000 affordable rental homes to meet the needs of its lowest income renters. And as someone with a physical disability, I can tell you that only a fraction of the affordable housing that exists in this city is accessible. So you take that need and you look at the population that is unable to access it, and that's a population that's being extremely underserved. Right now, I'm a member of Democratic Socialists of America and EPIC, the Upton Sinclair Democratic Club in Sacramento County. And we have a statement. Sacramento families are being displaced right now due to skyrocketing rents. They deserve security in their homes that only rent control can give them. The city of Sacramento must act quickly to protect them and protect the diversity and health of our city. As a member of the Sacramento Local of Democratic Socialists of America, we believe that housing is a right and no one should be forced out of their neighborhood due to dangerously inflated housing costs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming to testify, Russell.
Jonah, and then we'll have Janet. I called you earlier, but you were out, so we'll call Janet Fricke, and then Ray Vanderwerf.
Council members, my name is Jonah Paul. I'm from District 1, and I wanted to talk to you tonight about the rent crisis in Sacramento. Mr. Hanson, I spoke with you at the, I believe it was February town hall about what are some of the immediate ways that we can address the rent crisis, and heard a lot of talk about the supply side economics. At the time, my girlfriend and I were concerned that our rent was going to be raised, and we got the notice this week that we're getting a 20% increase. Now, we might be able to handle the increase, but it's going to be difficult for us. But for the majority of renters in Sacramento, a 20% increase is more than they can handle. You know, I was at the California Democratic Convention this weekend. I was at the newly formed Tenants Caucus, and the California Democrats resolved in this year's platform to support rent stabilization and just cause eviction, and I'd urge that you all consider and implement such measures. I'm really concerned with what can happen with the displacement of tenants, whether it be homelessness, whether they end up on the streets or have to move out of the area. The economic impact that it will have, you know, for me, it's $250 out of my pocket every month that I can't spend in the local economy. Sacramento Housing Authority just published new information or new data on the spending power of, or purchasing power of tenants in Sacramento. It's decreased by $6,000 a year. So that's an incredible decrease in the amount of that tenants can spend in the economy. So I urge you, support rent control, just cause eviction. Thank you.
Bennett?
I apologize that I wasn't in here when I was called earlier, and thank you very much for giving me the time to come back up. Well, thank you. I'm just gonna, what I always do is speak from my heart. I'm late because we didn't have enough volunteers to help serve folks who aren't housed and don't have the money to eat. Only the most wretched of the wretched would get any kind of joy out of seeing homeless people. I honestly feel that all of you want to help with the homeless crisis. Earlier today, I was at a church helping to feed youths, and I'm not going to name the name of the church because right now with the anti-camping ordinance, it could be deemed illegal. I am absolutely imploring you to have an addendum, an amendment, something where you can call out to the public. There are so many people that want to help with this crisis. Churches aren't the only ones. I saw on the news that there's E. coli at the courthouse. We need bathrooms. We need showers. They were talking about putting up, they're bringing more police officers, and I've spoken to some of the people, and some of the women who have been raped, they go there because there's surveillance cameras, and there's some safety. We need, please do something. Please help us help others.
Thank you. So, thank you. I know it's public comment, and I'm not usually responding during the public comment, but you raised an issue, and I just want to let you know that on June 6th, I think that's a Tuesday night, we will have a full council workshop where part of what we will be taking up, at my request, is to change the city code or clarify the city code so that not only religious institutions, but other nonprofits that have indoor shelter can in fact open their doors for shelter without violating any city codes. That's coming. Okay, thank you.
Ray? Following Ray is Braden Murphy, Jessica Murphy, and Alexander Warren.
Good evening. Thank you, Council, for having me. It's, the time's a little harder to make now, but I'll make it. And I'm actually up here again with DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, our Sacramento chapter. A resident of Sacramento, someone who just actively helps people and talks to people. And I'm really lucky. I'm not worried about being displaced because my partner owns where we live. And I don't have to worry about someone deciding that they need to make more money. But just talking to people in my neighborhood on the light rail, I hear the story over and over and over again that their rate just went up $200, $300, and these people are like, yeah, so at the end of my lease, I'm gonna be homeless. Like, I can't afford to stay here anymore. I'm gonna have to move back in with my parents who live in the Bay, and I'm gonna have to leave my job. And that's just not acceptable. We need to keep people here. We need to have rent control. We also need to have just cause evictions, because if we can have rent control, but without making sure people aren't just getting kicked out because whatever the reason is, it could be some made-up reason, it could be no reason at all, then they're also being fearful. You know, kids are being taken out of school because they have to change school districts because their rent just went up, and sadly their single mom can't afford $1,400 for their 2-bedroom. So I really, really hope you guys start to consider heavily just cause eviction laws here in the city, as well as rent control, because it is becoming absolutely ridiculous. And as someone who is passionate, an active member of the city, I just really, really hope we can start to do something to help other people. Thank you.
About 4 months ago, Mr. Warren said about the inhumane anti-camping ordinance. I'm concerned we need to do something about this if it's really hurting people. And he said what he thinks it's trying to achieve might not be being achieved if people are dying. Well, I got involved in the process of advocating for the homeless about 5 months ago. And then within a month, 3 people died because they froze to death because they were homeless. And still nothing has been done to help our homeless. Mr. Warren has tried to implement a tent city that would dramatically impact homeless people's lives and make it better. And he's been met with disdain from this council, and it hasn't happened yet. And so now, like he said in his comments back then, if we don't do something now, then we're going to meet the summer months where people will be dealing with heat stroke that are homeless. And now, here we are in the summer months. And now I'm going to witness 3 to 10 homeless people die of heat stroke. And it is just disgusting that we can't do something immediately to help our homeless people. Steinberg just said again, I'm going to let you know June 6th. I'm going to let you know 2.5 weeks from now. We're finally going to let churches do a basic, humane thing to help people. We don't have 2.5 weeks to wait. It needs to happen right now. Let's end the inhumane camping ordinance right now. And then 2.5 weeks from now, the churches who want to help out can help out. It's just so amazing. This 2.5 weeks from now, next week's agenda, a year from now, $80 million funding, 6 months from now, or a year from now. We need help right now. The homeless people need help tonight. They need help tomorrow. We need to vote to end this anti-camping ordinance, and don't say disrespectful things like June 6th when they're out there in the heat right now. Two of them might not be able to make it by June 6th. So let's step up and do something immediately and not gaslight the public with later dates and later dates. Let's help them today. Thank you.
Jessica?
Well, my husband just spoke real well right there. Glad I married him. So I'm very frustrated with the homeless issue. We can do better today. I'm tired of the pushback. We're not asking for a miracle. We are asking for what is possible. I was once homeless child, but that's not how I came to be what you call an activist. What I call is a human helping another human being. I don't ask for recognition, I don't ask for medals, I just for asking for human compassion. If you had a family or a friend, don't let them come to you and say that they're incriminated because of the no camping ordinance. So, like I said, I didn't become an activist, I became a person helping a human being. I'm fortunate that I grew out of poverty for the most part, but it's still knocking on my door. I've also, talked to the homeless people, and it seems like council members step over the unhomed, and I'm getting really frustrated at that. So please don't tell me 2 weeks from now that something's going to happen. It's today, tomorrow, and tonight, and then when someone dies, then we get publicity. So I'd rather not have publicity of someone dying. Thank you.
Alexander. Following Alexander is Robert Copland, Eric Frame, and James Clark.
Hello, my name is Alexander Warren. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'd like to speak on the topic of housing and basically rent control. Lately, in both the city and the county, all the big rental management companies are consolidating the rental units. The price is going up, the rents are going up. Basically, the excuse is, well, whatever the market can bear. Unfortunately, not everybody is making wages that the people might imagine. Some people are one paycheck away from being homeless or moving to other places or ending up in mobile home parks, place where I live, where again, it's not a picnic because we have the same situation. The managements are raising rent. At association meeting, I spoke to a person who just have been kicked out with 7-day notice. They had no way to know nor defend themselves from the eviction. Fortunately, they moved to the park where I'm at. The bottom line is people are hurting, the rents are going up, the greed is not the cost of the rental units. I'm in construction, I know that the cost has not increased, but the lack of good housing projects, affordable housing projects, and the fact that a lot of people cannot afford. I urge you to do something about imposing a rent control. Thank you.
Well, I'm another one advocating for rent control, like some of the DSA members here are saying. And City Council Member Carr, there's a few people in the audience back behind me that live in your district. Their rents are going about 20, 30%. And I think that's just criminal of what that landlord's doing. We need more housing, better jobs in the city. What are you doing about that? And 3 weeks ago, I asked city council member, every city council member, come up with a better plan than what city council member Warren's doing. Have any of you attempted or thought about doing that, about the homeless issue? And as far as draining the swamp that Trump's complained about, he is the biggest swamp. His whole cabinet is a swamp. Thank you.
Eric?
All right, 15, sounds good. Hello again. That was a good speech, Braden. Okay. Like you said, it's time to end the no camping ordinance. Mr. Mayor, in 1995, you called the no camping ordinance inhumane. And now, as mayor, you have a no camping ordinance up and running. And I continue to wonder what changed in between that time within your mind. Or perhaps there were external factors. Different bosses, perhaps. I was looking at the 14th Amendment the other day. It said, no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The illegal and inhumane law, notwithstanding, it's breaking the 14th Amendment because you're depriving people of life as they are dying. 4 people froze to death via the no camping ordinance, so that's life being deprived. Property is obviously being deprived because you're removing people's tents and sleeping material, so that's another one. That's 2 out of 3. Liberty is being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority, no one's way of life, behavior, or political views. So I think the no camping ordinance probably cuts that off too, because people's way of life is out there. So that's three big zingers against the 14th Amendment for that illegal law that is up and running for you guys. So, and you already said it was immoral or inhumane back in 1995. Mr. Warren said it was inhumane. So maybe we can get on that and rewrite the wrong there that was that anti-camping ordinance, I hope.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, James Clark. Following James is Armando Flores, Giovanna Fajardo, Maria Godinez.
So, I'm hearing a lot of conversation about something that's very directly related to what I'm usually talking about, which is the camping ordinance. And I'm hearing the conversation being talked about tonight about rent control. And the way that's really connected is right now we're in a city where people are being priced out of their places to live, which forces them into homelessness where they will be criminalized by this camping ordinance. So basically, while there's nothing being done on the end to actual solutions, while there's solutions on the table that would do something, more and more people are ending up homeless to be criminalized because there's nothing to stop the rents from going up to a rate where people cannot afford it. And most people in Sacramento are already living paycheck to paycheck. Most of the people I talk to in this situation are having to skip half a week to a whole week of groceries just to be able to afford their rent as it is. What's going to happen when they end up homeless? Criminalized by this camping ordinance. They're not going to be able to sleep, so they're probably going to end up losing their job because they're not going to be able to perform properly, and just fall further and further down this cycle where nothing's being done. And the constitutional aspect, yeah, the 14th Amendment is one of them, but it's also been deemed by the Department of Justice to be a violation of the 8th Amendment to have laws such as this, which are cruel and unusual punishment, for criminalizing a person that has no place else to go for the act of having survival gear or sleeping. So what I'm seeing this council doing is not solving the homelessness issue, but actually making it worse. Not only are they criminalizing people, like half the people that are afraid of becoming homeless, it's the criminalization that's the scariest part. Who wants to go to jail just because they lost their home? Wake up, city council, do something right for once.
Armando Flores here?
I think he's still outside helping pick up the dinner for everybody that can't afford a place.
Okay.
I'll go let him know.
Giovanna Fajardo, as I say that right? Yeah. And then Maria. And then following Maria is Esteban Hernandez. Must be the three of you.
Hi guys, Giovanna Fajardo. I'm here with ACE, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I'm here in Sacramento with some of our tenants. As you've heard from some of the people tonight, a lot of our tenants are facing really big rent increases. We're not facing pay increases. We're seeing a lot of people's pay go down, and I'm hearing there's an apartment complex on Mack Road where it's several hundred tenants are getting their rent doubled in the last year. Not a $100 rent increase, not a $200. They're seeing over $400. They're seeing their rent increase in doubling in this last year. And so I'm hearing from single mothers that are talking about how they're going to be homeless or they're going to have to be living in the streets. And so I understand that there's a need for affordable housing, and that's going to take time. Well, we need to figure out something urgent, something now, and that's why several people here tonight are talking about the need for rent control and just cause. Someone living in Sacramento would need to earn 2.5 times the state minimum just to pay the medium rent right now in Sacramento, which is $1,350 from a report from the Sacramento Housing Alliance. And so I'm here with a tenant that's asking for your guys' help, in particular, Mr. Larry Carr. She's from your representative, and I'll be translating.
Buenas tardes a todos. Yo vengo de parte de todos los inquilinos del Cedar Reed a que nos hagan favor de hablar, por favor, a los dueños porque estamos viviendo en mal estado en nuestros apartamentos, de que nos hace falta muchas, ¿cómo se puede decir? Reparaciones a nuestros apartamentos. Por favor, ayúdenos a hablar con los dueños, nos faltan muchas necesidades, tenemos muchas necesidades. A mí no me jala la estufa, es un ejemplo. Simplemente así, no tengo en qué cocinar. Así de fácil durante 5 años. 5 años.
¿Y cómo te va a afectar?
Ahí me afecta pues demasiado y más que nada es mucho el dinero que nos están pidiendo. $1,000 por una recámara es demasiado dinero. Si no nos están fusionando nada de lo que está ahí y una alfombra viejísima como de unos 15 años, qué sé yo.
Do you want to translate for us, please?
Yeah, so I
Thank
was
you.
going to let her and then just give a
Just maybe
summary.
a summary. if
So
you would,
she
please.
lives in Cedar Ridge Apartments, which is on Mac Road, and she's asking for you guys' help. I have some letters that we're giving to the management. They're raising her rent. She's going to be paying over $1,000 for one single bedroom apartment in South Sacramento. She's a single mother, and she's saying, the large amount of rent increase is huge, but aside from the rent increase, the apartment isn't in livable conditions. In the 5 years she's been there, her stove doesn't work, so she can't even cook in her kitchen. So it's going to affect her and her family in great amounts.
¿Es todo? Pues pienso que sí.
So we're here in particular to ask for you guys to see if someone could help these tenants in fighting this unjust rent increase. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much for testifying. Gracias. We do have, I was going to say, Ryan, I appreciate if you talk to folks again. There's public comment, I don't want to comment, but, if landlords are jacking up rents precipitously and unfairly, I'd like our city staff to at least make some inquiries. The council members are welcome to as well, but low-income people, this is a serious issue. So we want to listen to the specifics. We'll get in touch with, apartment owners and see if we can help get to the bottom of some of these situations the best that we can.
I do want to add, the owner of these apartment complex doesn't live in the city of Sacramento.
Okay.
Okay. So I assume that took care of Esteban Hernandez as well?
So
Or you,
yeah,
Esteban?
let's-
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, it sounds like you're getting the point of why we're coming today, but to just further drive the point home, I think one way to think about it would be to consider what would you have to do if your rent or your mortgage was increased 10%? What kind of choices would you have to make? What kind of, I can't do this because I have to pay for this? Or if you had to pay a 20% increase on your rent or mortgage, what are the real choices that you would have to make in your lives? Because these are the choices that we're having to make right now in Cedar Ridge. I've come to the city council before in different capacities, but today I'm coming as a resident of Cedar Ridge with my neighbors over there and with the organization ACE and DSA, and I'm also a member of the PSL. And I'm coming to today to explain that what I'm facing right now is a 30% increase of my rent on top of a 10% increase 4 months ago. So we're talking a 40% increase on my rent. In addition, they've moved all the utilities over, which they used to pay for, without ever once asking a single tenant, without ever once re-looking at the lease. They just said, you have to pay $50. It doesn't matter if you use a bucket of water or if you use 20 gallons of water. Everybody's paying $50. Doesn't matter how many people are in your house. And if you don't like it, their favorite phrase is, hit the road, get the heck out of here. They really don't care. They have their ears closed. So I think what we're starting to do is build a campaign. We're hitting the streets. We're talking to our neighbors. We're uniting with other apartment complexes. And we're not going to stop until we get this rent increase ended. And we're not going to stop until we get rent control. So I think this is an opportunity for the city council to figure out what side of the line you're going to stand on. Are you going to stand with the capitalist, greedy landowners, or are you going to stand with the people who are the people of the city?
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Pastor Gainsborough, who is next, and then Mary Tapple, and did Armando return? If so, he will be last. And that will conclude public comment. I don't either. So here's the pastor.
Mayor and City Council, good to see you. Good to be with you. Visual on this, if we could, and expand it maybe a bit.
Okay.
We're looking at a $1 billion city budget for this next fiscal year that you're in process of approving. It's obvious that a rent control law has to be formed. Let's find out what other cities are doing, but let's move on this, because outlaws in the form of landlords or slumlords are destroying the people that you were elected to protect. We said earlier this evening, one nation under God. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Say it with me. One nation
No, speak to the
under
council.
God.
Speak to the
I have to ask, which God? I have to ask, under which God? Is it a God of atheists that has no compassion for the poor? Is it the God that was quoted within the last month that the Talmud says to those of the Jewish heritage, which I am, he that saves one life is as if he saved all humanity? It doesn't seem that way when there's no restroom across from City Hall for 2,500 homeless people. Is it the God of the Bible that says, inasmuch as you didn't do it to the least of these, my brethren, you didn't do it to me? Jesus says in Matthew 25, on that day, he will divide the sheep from the goats. The goats will be on his left hand, who did not care for the poor. The sheep will be on his right hand, as time is up here. Time is up for Sacramento City Council. Repeal the anti-camping ordinance and get public restrooms for those who have no housing.
Mary Tapple, thank you.
I'm here, Mary Tapple, once again, this time to thank the city for improved safety along, and this picture illustrates the North Sacramento Bike Trail approaching the American River Parkway. The trees that you can see in the background directly down the trail are in the Parkway and Discovery Park area. And instead of a gauntlet of illegal camps on each side with aggressive pit bulls, and this is right in the area where the two pit bulls attacked and bit the cyclist the other day. It's now much cleaned up. We much appreciate that. That was the city's impact team and other city police patrolling pretty frequently. This is another area. This is along the Two Rivers Trail. That's approaching Highway 160, and that's roughly where North 11th Street would come through. If there was any such. This is one of the apparent bike chop shops that was completely cleaned up by I believe, the city impact team, city police impact team. Thank you very much for that. It really is nice, but nicer now. There's a lot of people recreating, biking along there, and also walking, scores of people. But that said, we still have, once again, or additionally, some garbage. This is at the Acoma Street entrance to the city's North Sacramento Bike Trail. This is, again, not that far north, maybe a half mile as the crow flies from the American River Parkway. We simply need to get more of this garbage cleaned up. This is right at the entrance to the trail. There's the entrance to the trail right off Acoma Street. And also we have along the city's Two Rivers Trail, again, this is just west of North 10th Street. And we do have a lot of unemployed young adults in the North Sacramento area and nearby areas who are willing to work for their city. And if we could employ them, helping remove this garbage faster, that would be for everybody's good. And if additional security is needed for these new employees, that can be provided by contractual city service, contractual services like the business improvements districts do.
Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate you coming to the council. That are all the people who've signed up for public comments on matters not on the agenda. We now move to special presentations. beginning with the 2017 Citizens Planning Academy graduation. Councilmember Hanson. Well,
That's what it said in our notes.
sorry.
But Helen will say that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did get the chance last night to speak to the Planning Academy. Helen, come up. We had a great conversation, and I just want to thank all of you for spending so many weeks learning about the planning process and how to get engaged in the community. Helen?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Helen Self, Community Development Department, with a special presentation on the 2017 Citizens Planning Academy. As you know, the Citizens Planning Academy is an 11-week course on planning and development that the city offers every year for free to help citizens become more effective community advocates for good planning. Tonight's graduating class is the 15th since the Planning Academy began in 2002. There were 25 graduates, bringing the cumulative total to 399. They come from neighborhoods all around the city and embody a diversity of perspectives and affiliations, including neighborhood, business, and professional interests. Every year, we draw on the expertise of local planners, architects, developers, and other professionals on a range of topics, including regional planning, zoning, urban design, affordable housing, and transportation planning. We would like to thank each of our guest speakers, panelists, and tour guides who put their time and energy into making the Academy a success. I would also like to acknowledge our planning intern, Kelly Teeter, for a job well done. Of course, the main reason we're here tonight is to acknowledge this extraordinary group of people who are now ready to take a more informed and active role in the planning decisions which affect their neighborhoods and shape the city as a whole. Will the graduates please rise and be recognized? The class of 2017. The graduates have selected Megan Blackwell to address the council tonight about their experience in the Academy. Megan is from Council District 3, and she's a member of the East Sac Neighborhood Association.
Very good.
Megan?
Please, Megan.
Well, Megan's coming up. I was in the second class, and last night I encouraged them to apply for our city commissions and maybe one day run for council. Or one day tomorrow, whenever you want.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. It is my honor to speak on behalf of this year's Citizens Planning Academy and tell you a little bit about our experience. During the first class, we learned all about the history of planning, and then that the size of our general plan is much more fit for scanning. Class 3 was about zoning and codes as well as design review, while Class 4 focused on affordable housing and questions. We had a few. Historical preservation and the role of CEQA was covered in Class 6. Class 7 was all about development infill, where we got to see lots of pics. Next up, we had our bus tour, where we drove around our awesome city and got to see what we had known for so long, that Sacramento is awfully pretty. Smart growth was what we learned about just a few days later, along with the idea that public health should also be a big factor. And then we took to foot for a Saturday morning tour where Marco made sure to keep us focused and away from any detour. This is where we got to witness each downtown landmark, plus we got to learn all about the best ways to park. And while we're on that note of staff, we have to pause and say, big thanks to Kelly who kept us fed and made sure we took each class survey. And of course, we can't forget our Helen, who always kept us straight, especially when it seemed our questions would keep us tied up rather late. Planes, trains, cars, and bikes were the focus of Class 8. We discussed regional transit and the safety of bike lanes, to which many of us could relate. Class 9 consisted of climate change, where we all got worried about flooding. But our speaker assured us that she was doing her job, so our worries were all for nothing. Next class, we talked about economic development, and it's all about business. Attract, retain, grow, and scale, and we'll also get job richness. Finally, we arrived at our final class, which happened just last night. This is where we learned in how our participation can be applied just right. So now we stand before you, a much smarter group of 20, who can take part in our city's planning, which we've learned of lately is plenty. And I'm sure you've been wondering what would compel our group to meet so often. That's 11 Mondays and 2 Saturday mornings where we all could have been sleeping. But we're here to tell you something, and we're proud to say it aloud, that our group of 20 is just simply Sacramento proud.
So, isn't that great? So, wow. Well, I can only say thank you so much for participating. And thank you for an excellent presentation that most certainly was not grading. Okay, now. Councilmember Ashby.
So good. I'm not even going to try to rhyme. But Megan, great job. Mayor, nice try. But I did just want to point out that I think Councilmember Hanson gave you really good advice. This always makes me excited when the groups come through that do one of the extra programs that the city offers, because when we go out into the community to work with people in our districts, it is infinitely easier to explain to somebody who has been through the academy what the process is like. And I can tell you, in our office, we lean on them. So we find people who've been through the programs in District 1, we seek them out for appointments, we ask them to come to public meetings so that we have people who really understand that process. And Helen and Kelly, great job leading the group. Really excited to see a diverse group, especially a lot of women in the group. And a person from my own staff, Isabel Gaillard, is in your group, and I hope she was helpful. I think it's great when city staff do this kinds of programs too, because she works all day at City Hall, and then she goes through the night program and the weekend program and learns more about all the other council districts and brings that back to help us too. So to all of you, great job. Thank you so much. And Isabel, proud of you. Good job.
Great job. So thank you. We'd like to take a picture. If everybody could come on up, I think what we'll do is bring everybody up here, and we'll ask the council to crowd on, because we'd all like to be in the picture with the academy. And in all seriousness, we expect you all to lead, right? And to get engaged. And I know you will. We know you will. Okay.
Really? Really? Okay, everybody right here? Everybody ready? Big smiles on 3, please. 1, 2, 3, big smiles. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much to all the city staff who put in so much time to make this academy a success as well. So presentation number 2, recognizing National Public Works Week, is May 21st through the 27th. I turn it over to Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this really dovetails nicely with the academy graduation. So how many of you know what Public Works actually does? I'll give you an idea here. Public Works is responsible in the city for engineering, street maintenance, architecture, parking, traffic operations, urban forestry, solid waste collection and disposal, recycling, animal care, water distribution and conservation, sewer collection and treatment, drainage fleet and facility maintenance, and emergency preparedness and response. So in other words, without the hardworking women and men of Public Works Department, the city would come to a standstill in about 14 seconds. They literally keep this city working properly, functioning. They're very crucial to us, certainly on the council. I know that a lot of my go-to people are in Public Works. So this week recognizes their work. It's National Public Works Week. Hector, would you like to come up and say a few words about your department?
Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council, my name is Hector Barone, the Interim Director of Public Works. So, Mr. Harris, you are correct. There are a lot of departments within the city that make up or provide public infrastructure and services, IT, utilities, Parks and Rec, Public Works, obviously. And so today we have invited the Vice President of the Sacramento chapter of the American Public Works Association, William Shunk, and William's going to say a few words on behalf of the association. But prior to turn it over to Will, I wanted to thank the mayor and the city council for recognizing our employees and all our public works professionals here at the city. So,
very good, and welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris, Mayor Steinberg, and the rest of the council. On behalf of the Sacramento chapter of the American Public Works Association, I want to thank you for this proclamation. In communities like the city of Sacramento, there are needs common to everyone that must be met through the provision of public works service. These needs are met daily by visionary, values-driven men and women who provide and sustain public works services in the best interest of their communities. One of the missions of our organization is to bring awareness to public works service, and for us, National Public Works Week is our Super Bowl. This year's theme is Public Works Connects Us, which is very appropriate. APWA includes almost 30,000 members in 68 chapters throughout Northern America, and this is the week that we celebrate public works collectively. The success of this week is made possible, in part, by recognition from municipalities like the City of Sacramento. As both Vice President of the Sacramento chapter and a Public Works employee for the city, thank you for helping us celebrate Public Works Week with this proclamation.
That's it?
That's it.
Very good. Well, let me just read a little bit, and then I'll come down and like to get a picture with you too. So now, therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Sacramento that we do hereby recognize the week of May 21 through 27, 2017 as National Public Works Week in this city, and urge Sacramento residents and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with Sacramento Public Works services and programs, and join me in saluting this city's dedicated public works professionals. So now the secret's out. You know who to call to complain to about the condition of your roads.
One more hand, come on.
what do you have here?
Get some of the other department heads to come up for the picture. Ryan? Chris, you here? Chris Conlon? There he is.
Chris? No. Who's there? He's a department head.
All right, it turned into a picture. Come on.
Howard, Chief White's in the
Chief.
Worked really hard, you really have.
Well, if this is Public Works Super Bowl, then your MVP is Samar Hajir, because she was awarded the American Public Works Association Manager of the Year Award in the transportation category. Would you please come forward and stand at the podium? I often complain about being the only woman. You can imagine how Samar feels in the world of transportation and public works. So I am thrilled to see that she has been recognized this year. She has a distinguished 30-year career in public works. She's spent the most recent 15 of those years here in Sacramento. Some of the projects that exhibit her excellence are the traffic management plan for the Golden One Center, which I think everyone knows that turned into the best traffic outcome possible. McKinley Village, she did that. The rail yard specific plan. Projects all across the city. She's helping with a large one out in my neck of the woods called Panhandle right now. She is, by all counts, an absolute superstar. And I hope you brought your award to show us. Did you bring it?
Yeah.
We want to see that. Yeah. And then my colleagues have some comments for you too. The mayor, I know, wants to take a picture with that award, so we don't give him fancy ones like that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ashby. And congratulations. We're so proud of you. Really, it's
Thank you.
fabulous. And the Golden One Center, you're right, absolutely right. I mean, what a rave success, and easy to take for granted. But that doesn't happen without
She did it, Mayor, right there.
without great leadership. Really, thank you. And
Thank you, guys.
let's we have a couple other council members who wanted to make.
Yeah, and she'd probably like to make a few statements too.
Of course. Do you want to hear from the council first, or what? Either
That's
way,
fine.
whatever you would like.
Yeah, let them talk before me.
Okay. Why don't we get council members Hanson, Harris, and then we'll hear from the honoree, and then we'll take a picture.
Thank you, Mayor. Samar, you know, we came to know each other very well through both the arena and McKinley Village. When people predicted Carmageddon downtown by adding the Golden One Center, we know that planning works, and, you know, the Planning Academy earlier, I think, hopefully came away with that message, but it's been a big success. But where I particularly came to know your diligence was through the EIR process at McKinley Village. I tell you, Mayor, I was worried we were going to lose Samar under an avalanche of comments. She typed up hour after hour responses to each comment, and she had such bad carpal tunnel that came from that she was bandaged on both arms, and she had to wear a brace because that project generated so much interest and dialogue. But what people don't usually realize is there's somebody behind our city staff, or in our city staff behind the scenes, sometimes in front, like when she did our town halls, and had to answer very heated questions, sometimes very cool, very thoughtfully, and she did a phenomenal job. And I will never forget how much you sacrificed to do your job on that, and how much I appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
Thank you, Mayor. Samar, congratulations. It's an honor well-deserved. You know, when you spoke about the dialogue on McKinley Village, that was really a euphemism. But, you know, it was a tough project, and you really stuck with it. And now we're dealing with it even in an ongoing fashion. But the fact of the matter is, if we want to know what traffic is like or what traffic will be like in this town, we go to Samar. And we go to her because she seems to know exactly how people travel and has she can uncannily predict what an outcome will be from a project. And you've done a really splendid job in everything that you've worked on that I've had the pleasure to work with you on. So it's great to have you on staff. I feel that we're very fortunate. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a picture, and you have your comments. I'm very sorry. Smart. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. Actually, it's an honor for me to work for the city of Sacramento in the Department of Public Works. So without your support, you know, the mayor, council members, my managers, Howard Chan, Jerry Way, you know, Hector Baron, and Ryan Moore, and my staff, because they are the one who's behind all this success, and also my family, because also they are the one to suffer from all of this. But without all of this, I will never be able to accomplish all of this. Thank you very much.
It's glad to recognize you. Terrific. Terrific. Why don't we come down? Come down. Let's all, you guys, come on. Come on, go, Dad. All right, we move now to the consent calendar, which we have significant amount of public testimony, about half of it related to the change in time of the city council to 5 o'clock. The remainder on other items on the consent calendar, but we will hear it all.
Okay.
2 minutes apiece. And then we'll turn it over to members for any of the items. Okay.
Okay, so we have items 1 through 23. On item number 5, I need to read a small correction into the record. In section 3 of the recommendation, it references 3/4 of an acre, and that should state a half an acre, so .50. 0.5. Yes, on item 5, section 3. Item number 11 has been withdrawn. And we do have, as the mayor stated, quite a few. I think there's 30 plus that have signed up to speak for the consent calendar items. So we will call 3 at a time. And I'll start with item number 1, which we have probably the most signed up for, which is the suspension of the council rules in order to start our meetings at 5 p.m. So we'll start with Robert Copland, Eric Frame, and James Clark.
Well, you made another mistake starting at 5 o'clock for the city council meeting because people are coming home from work. That doesn't make sense when some of the people that want to speak can't speak on public comment. And because they're coming home from work or at work. 6 o'clock would have been good and make the public comment after the consent discussion. This is a total mistake. Thank you.
Eric?
Hello again. I don't think it's a mistake as much as a deliberate move on your guys' part, actually. It seemed 20 people walked up and talked about homelessness and they were all ignored. And they really reamed into you guys again. And suddenly the time was switched to 5 o'clock for the next week. Yeah, the obvious point, people get off work at 5 o'clock. This is supposed to be public comment. If the public gets off at 5 p.m., it's going to make it impossible for them to get here. So that's a no-brainer. Right? All right, so I think it's you're trying to make it more of a let's rip the Band-Aid off as quick as possible. Is that the mindset in moving it to 5 o'clock? I know that public comment's the hardest part for you guys sometimes, so I feel like this is trying to rip the Band-Aid off at 5 o'clock while also impeding people who get off work at 5 o'clock from speaking. So can we move it back to 6? up to 6. I don't mind public comment being at the front, because it is our right to speak, and we probably have the most pressing issues, obviously. But just move it back up to 6. That way people can come and speak and turn in their forms on time. Just move it back to 6. I'd move it back to 6. Just for the public. If it were up to me. Back to 6. Here we go. I had to rush over here today. I had to go to the bathroom too. There's no public bathrooms anywhere. They're all closed. So I know you guys can start it at 6 because we started at 6 just a couple weeks ago. So
thank you.
Let's go for 6.
James Clark? Following James will be Mac Worthy.
So, for a while, the public has been asking for public comments to be moved to the front of the agenda. That aspect of this change we do like, because a lot of us don't want to have to sit through everything else the council's doing. Some of us are going to either which way, myself included. But making it at 5 o'clock is preposterous. It silences a large portion of the public that does come here immediately after work, and they cannot get here before 5 o'clock. Or before 6 o'clock, sorry, because they're getting off work at 5 o'clock. You know, I thought the city council wanted to hear what the public has to say. But a move like this actually restricts the public from being able to speak. Now people have to take time off work early, this, that, the other, just to be able to speak, which means they're losing out on money while their rents are going up, you know, so that they could get a chance to speak about an issue that they care about. You know, this is another obvious attempt at silencing us. We've seen it. We've seen attempts to silence us through saying we can't applaud. We've seen attempts to silence us by closing the windows when there's people outside with signs. We've seen attempts to silence us by having protesters arrested for protesting. And now we're seeing more attempts to silence us by making the meeting time start and the public comment time start at a time when most people are not able to make it. And then in order to even speak, you have to be here before that even starts, so you can have your speaker slip in. So someone that works at 5 o'clock has to be here before 5 o'clock to turn in their speaker slip so they can speak. If that's not silencing the working class people, I don't know what is. And I'd be willing to bet half the people in this room probably aren't going to be able to make as many council meetings as they'd like if it's at 5 o'clock and they want to speak on public comment. So respect the public, respect the working class people, because those are mostly who voted for everybody up here, especially those that got in through the labor movement. You know, let's make sure that we respect them and not try to silence those of us that speak out about issues that actually affect our community, instead of only wanting to hear those who are gentrifying and can give you an aesthetic appease.
Okay, Mac Worthy. Following Mac is Braden Murphy, and then Jonah Paul.
Disenfranchise the people should be a crime. All of you should be go to jail. And this is what you're doing. Now, I've been here 3 years, missed maybe 4 or 5 times. You can speak many times, it's what's on the agenda. You change that. You changed this thing on me, the Brown Act, 4 times. You can't eliminate me. I told you I was a Republican on here on federal government time. And I'm going to speak on federal government time. You are misusing people. Now, why didn't you put this on the agenda before you last Tuesday? To show you that you are abusing the law. If you had to have 2/3 vote, why in the heavens you put this on the last week? Because you got to be the authority. That's what you're doing. Quit lying to people and go with facts. Now, let's look at this academy thing. Just to say it. We prefer to talk to the people that went through the academy because they know how to city function. It's ridiculous, people. America's free enterprise built these cities. Not no little academy. Where can you take that piece of paper to free enterprise and get a job? People, this why the city shall fall on his face. It fell on his face with the federal government when they pull McCullough sick to the depot and make the field away. He's going to fall here again because your budget is on false money. You cannot continue survive off credit. The people people understand who buy bonds. Foreign countries buy bonds, and they don't average yield to 9 years. Can you wait on your money for 9 years? Hell no. Tell the people the truth. You're lying. You got to quit lying to the people in Sacramento to build this city so people can have jobs. Because you have no industry here no more than to raise your service fees.
Braden? Braden Murphy is next, and then Jonah.
So not only does this move in the public comment to 5 o'clock need to be voted down, you need to apologize to the public for even having this issue on the agenda. You work for the public. You represent the public. This is going to be public comments. People don't get off of work until 5 o'clock. As others have said, we want public comment earlier so people can get home and get to work before they have to go to bed. So bringing the meeting back to 6 and having public comment after the consent calendar would be perfect. Now, it seems for this council we have to break things down really slow and carefully and easy for you guys. Today's public comment was filled by people who are being evicted from their apartments because they are so low income. Do you guys want to vote that for them to participate in their local government, they're going to have to take even more time off work? Because that doesn't seem like a good idea. They're already as low income as it is, finding ways to get here because they desperately want to participate and be involved. And you all create something where people who are working can't get involved in the local government. And you said it would be a good idea. And I feel guilty because I was one of the ones who proposed bringing public comment to the beginning so that everybody can be included, but not have public comment start while they were at work. When I first heard about this, I felt guilty because I had asked for this. I went up and tried to address Mayor Steinberg, and I said, this is not what people wanted. He just turned his back on me and left because he doesn't care what the public has to say. He has his own agenda. I asked Eric Guerra what he thought of this, and he thought this was an excellent idea, he said. So I at least know for sure Mayor Steinberg does not care if the public cannot get to public comment. And Eric Guerra thinks it's a great idea to have public comment start when 80% of the public is getting off work. I urge you to vote against this, and anybody that doesn't vote against this, you may as well just recuse yourself from the council and resign because you don't care about the public if you're going to withhold public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonah? Following Jonah is Annabelle Vera, Frank Topping, and then Jessica Murphy.
Hello again, Jonah Paul from District 1, District 4, excuse me. I didn't intend to speak twice tonight. I didn't know this was on the agenda, but when I saw it, I had to say something. I have to say I object to this adjustment of time. It's a very onerous time for anyone who works. I happen to have had to request time off in order to get here in time so that I could speak on a matter that's not on the agenda. I imagine that anybody who's not in District 4 would have a much harder time, or if you happen to work outside of District 4. This happens to maybe benefit people who work immediately around the Capitol or around City Hall, but it's not going to help people who are as far away as, District 8, the Cedar Ridge apartment complex that we heard from earlier. They were here very last minute, and that's because the time of the meeting's been moved. If residents are going to be able to speak, they need to be given time to come to City Hall to speak. So please vote against this. Thank you.
Annabelle?
Hi, my name is Annabelle Vera. I live in District 4. I think it's a totally appalling suggestion to start public comment at 5 p.m. I missed public comment today because I don't get off work until 5 p.m. I think City Council knows full well that working people can't be here early, and to the onlooker like me, it does appear engineered to restrict public comment and to silence Sacramentans. I think it's totally unacceptable and undemocratic on top of that, so I object. Thanks.
Frank Topping? Following Frank is Jessica, and then Victor Brazelton.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council. April 11th, you helped a man in distress here at City Council with 3 days of shelter in a motel. Thank you very, very much. He was in desperate need. He was at Cesar Chavez Plaza suffering from what was said to be harassment by law enforcement. They alleging he was making obscene display since his clothing was full of holes, allegedly showing parts of his body not suitable for viewing. The community stepped forward with size 7X clothing very generously. It was tremendous effort. It's since been stolen. He is back now to where, well, my question is about the coordinated entry system. His name is Andrew, otherwise known as Haas, right down here at Cesar Chavez Plaza. Andrew needs expedited application for SSI to give him income, but he can't get to El Hogar's guest house because he's disabled. He can't walk. Where a specialized program exists of specialists, doctors, MSWs, and federal employees from the Social Security admin to expedite applications for SSI. I've heard of approvals in as little as 6 weeks, partially funded by the MHSA. The problem is, because of his disability, he needs help getting to the guest house. Could the logjam be cleared where the coordinated entry system personnel automatically foresee such needs, such as MSWs for navigators who can help assess and diagnose needs? Could someone step forward to see Andrew at Cesar Chavez Plaza? That Andrew.
Frank, it's Mr. Topping. Thank you. If you could help put us in touch with Andrew at the park, maybe with one of our lead staff members or somebody from Steps Forward, but we will arrange that through you and with you to meet Andrew and see if we can help him. Of course we'll help him. Okay, we'll do the best we can. Can we arrange that with one of our...
Greg Galliano.
Greg Galliano is here, Sergeant here, who runs the impact team. If you could meet with him right now. Thank you. We've got to move on.
Dave,
I appreciate it.
wanted to say thank you for the help the other night.
Okay.
Hey, Jessica?
You're very welcome. Right there, Mr. Topping. Sergeant Galliano, right there. Okay.
I haven't talked.
Go ahead.
Thanks. First off, I want to say don't ask for people for police officers to be disrespectful when the council member's being disrespectful. But let's just talk about that. I caregive, clearly, because my husband's in the wheelchair. And for that caregiving to be at 5 o'clock, I plan my husband's meals and my own to, please pay attention, so everyone can see in the audience that no one's paying attention. I plan my husband's meals. I plan to be here. It's a process to take care of 2 people, so I just want to say that for this to be 5 o'clock, think about the women and children, the parents, the single dads, which I was raised by, of 5 o'clock. And let's just also talk about last Wednesday when I had to use the bathroom. I first went in here to go use the bathroom, and they close at 5 o'clock. So in general, people get off work at 5 o'clock. So I strongly have common sense and to change it to what we originally asked for and quit gaslighting. Thanks.
Victor, you submitted 2 speaker slips, but the consent calendar is considered as one item for public comment purposes, so you have 2 minutes to speak to items 1 and 22.
22 was the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I think it's the experience of just being able to get here. I think if I was having to come from Natomas at 4 o'clock to be able to get here by 4:30, to be able to find a parking spot that I'm going to pay $10 to pay for, to be able to speak at public comment and have the whole meeting, to be able to sit for the whole meeting, is the issue that I'm asking you to consider. When you move something like public comment or start the meeting at 5 o'clock, when most people are leaving downtown, and you're trying to get into downtown, to be able to get here early enough to be able to find a parking space, pay for that parking space, and then be able to speak for that parking space, may not be your intention, but it creates a barrier to being able to get here in being able to speak about the issues that the public faces. And when you see a large amount of the public coming to speak to this council about things like housing, about things like not being able to afford housing, about not being able to afford those things, asking them to take an additional time off of work to be able to get here on time is then an additional request that takes money out of their pocket and then prevents them from being able to sustain the places that they live. So while this decision seems like a small thing to ask, it's a big ask for people who are already struggling, who are making their time out of their day to already come and address the council about issues that they find important in their community. And I would ask that even when you first made this change, there were many council members who weren't able to even show up here on time by 5. So I think just the request alone itself to be here by 5 to start the meeting, the 6 o'clock time itself would be a relative time for people to be able to show up and to have the public be able to meet the idea of getting here by 5 and making it happen. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah. The second issue is item number 22. I think this is also an important issue
Time is up, sir. Thank you.
I only get 2 minutes for both issues?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Exactly.
apologize, I didn't know it was for both of those. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Wanda Cleveland is next, then Russell Rawlings, Richard Wake, and then David Plagg on item number 7. David will start item number 7.
Well, I guess you guys are really working on hushing us up because the 5 o'clock isn't going to work. And as the other preceding people have said, public comment is for the public. And I think the working public needs to be in here as long as, and seeing what's happening. It sounds like we're going to have a whole lot of homeless people on the street really soon. You better prepare for it. $400 for rent to go up is ridiculous. The working poor, and you know, one thing I would like everybody to do is to at least listen to me. I know you don't care about us as a public. You don't care what we say. You sit there and do other things and snicker at whatever someone's talking to you on your phone. That's disrespectful. If I was sitting in here and you were my boss telling me that I have to change, and I just, let me just text somebody. That's how much I care. I think this should be a recall upon all of you.
Russell?
Yeah, you wonder why I sit out here and talk? Because I don't have no respect from any of you.
Following Russell is Richard Wake, and then again on to item 7, which will be David Plagg.
And council. My name is Russell Rawlings. I live in District 5, and I have been coming to these meetings for many years now. And I've had that one opportunity that many citizens find so empowering, and that's the ability to speak and to speak on issues. And this change seems ill-conceived because it's cutting out the working people, the people that you are working the hardest for and should be working the hardest for. If this conversation were meant to increase access, it should have started in the reverse. It should have started with extreme workshopping all throughout the city to see if indeed that there were ways to make the process easier for people to participate. And instead, what you're seeing is a seemingly arbitrary move to a time that is known to be difficult, and in a location that is extremely difficult to get into and out of during rush hour. So I would encourage council to pull this item from the consent calendar, have a much more extended conversation. Sounds like there's a lot of work to be done on this issue. Thank you.
Richard? Is Richard Wake? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Richard Wake from City Council District 5. I'd like to take about 15 seconds to congratulate a mutual acquaintance of many of us here, Dan Weitzman, who was recently elected at the State Democratic Party Convention to be the next controller of the Democratic Party. I can't think of anyone more well-deserving than Mr. Weitzman. I've known him for 27 years. He's a great guy. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, I would have to agree with a lot of the comments about changing the time from the city council meetings. I'm an analyst downtown at 1900 Capitol. I work till 5 o'clock. It's very difficult sometimes for me to get off work because many times in the afternoons from 2:30 to 4:30, I'm taking calls from educators and customers from school districts in regards to how teachers get their credentials and resolving many problems with teachers. I know I cannot get off work in time in many instances. Today, I even rushed down here, and with the traffic, I didn't arrive to the parking lot till about 5:20 because of the traffic. After 24 years of sitting in many lengthy Democratic Party central committees, I understand that meetings can be very challenging and difficult, and people say things that can sometimes, not be pleasant to hear, and meetings can take a long time, and I've sat through many of those, and they're very difficult. But, the majority of the public cannot get here until 6 o'clock. So even if there's really no intention on the part of the city council to silence people who are coming here, certainly everyone could see how there's an appearance of that. And I would just strongly urge the city council to keep the public meetings to keep the meeting times beginning at 6 o'clock. And, if you want to have the public comment earlier, that's fine. I think that would be good. But please don't change the meeting times until 5 o'clock. It's just going to make tougher situations worse and make more people unhappy. That's all that's going to happen. Thank you.
Okay. David Flagg. And then all of these are item 7. And then Veronica Beatty, Michelle Rudek, and Heidi, looks like Hoderman. Hope that's right.
Let me just kind of switch gears a little bit. This is item number 7. It's dealing with the sale of the Raza properties on Del Paso Boulevard. My name is David Plagg. I'm the executive director of the Del Paso Boulevard Partnership. We've met with the developers a number of times. We've met with the architects a number of times. We've toured a number of his properties. This is a great project. It is going to revitalize this entire area. I mean, I've got other projects going on with the rink and the grocery store. This is just going to be a real key to kind of what the partnership is really trying to do. And kind of based on the fact that we've been able to engage the developer, the developer has met with the community on a number of different occasions. The partnership voted unanimously in support of this particular project, which is fairly hard with this particular board to do that, but we feel that at this particular time, simply the sale of the property to the VOA would be a great first step. And we've engaged them, and they're going to engage with us with the development of the property. And so I hope that this moves forward. It's a great project, and I think it's going to change the entire dynamics. And Alan can talk about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Veronica Beatty, the Policy Director for the Sacramento Housing Alliance. The Sacramento Housing Alliance is the region's foremost housing advocacy organization and represents over 40 member organizations and 50 individuals. On behalf of our members, I urge you to approve the sale of land to VOA for 1212 Village. I think everyone here tonight is aware of Sacramento's housing crisis, and some of us more acutely than others. As Russell mentioned earlier, the report we recently released with California Housing Partnership Corporation shows that Sacramento needs 62,000 more affordable rental homes to meet the needs of its lowest income renters. Against this discouraging backdrop, it's important to lift up and support projects with promise. 1212 Village will provide over 70 new affordable homes. These homes will be transit-oriented, serve a variety of family types, support local artists, and integrate retail space that the neighborhood wants to see, as the gentleman from the partnership mentioned earlier. In short, it's the type of project I hope Sacramento sees a lot more of, and I urge you to support it enthusiastically. Thank you.
Michelle? And then following Michelle is Heidi, and then Tommy Young and Lola Costa.
I'm the property owner immediately adjacent to the site, just 25 feet. I'm here tonight, though, to point out, focus on two items that are of concern to me, in addition to perhaps some other things as well. But the two are environmental. Site work needs to be done on the site before this sale happens. The concerns regarding dust mitigation and grading are real. They're documented ongoing significant issues that have persisted over multiple years, and I'm working with the city right now to try to get both of these addressed. The second is public outreach to date, and with the neighborhood, it's been woefully inadequate, especially on the west side. It's closest to the site. So those of us on the west side, I'd say an extremely low percentage have even heard any mention of this project. And so to make for a very good project, you need to get input from those that are going to be most affected by the project. City needs to take the lead. The lead here has been the developer and the developer's architect, who of course represents developers' interests. City should be representing the public need and interests, and that's where we're greatly deficient. There have been no city meetings at all. So I'm requesting in a handout to you and a letter to Alan Warren, as you can see, that a public meeting be conducted as soon as possible, but before the sale is approved. So I was asking for a continuation of tonight's item to give us time to meet with the city of Sacramento. Most of us on the west side are unaware the city's intent to sell the land, as I said. Those of us who live in close proximity, again, stand to be the most affected by the city's sale of the land. We're the ones that are least in the know. What's at stake is neighborhood traffic, on-street parking, property value, health and safety, overall quality of life. With so much at risk, surely we need to be informed. So thank you very much.
Need you to wrap up, please. Thank you.
There is I did go door to door, and I've got petition attached, so there's a lot of interest from the west side. So if you'd please take a look at that and consider that.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Heidi?
Good evening, council members. My name is Heidi Halderman. I too live on Southgate Road with the new development going within 50 feet of my front door. My concern has been the issue of parking. There are 77 units planned, and the only access to the area is through the alley. It could be punched through to Del Paso Road. Maybe we could make the alley one way so it wasn't so crowded. There's supposed to be 56 parking spaces for those 77 units, and that's not even counting customers of retail space or the owners of retail space. Wednesdays through Saturdays, the Stony Inn parking takes up most of the parking on the boulevard and frequently runs down in front of our homes. And several times, like I want to say maybe 4 times in the last 6 to 8 months, the cars from the Stony Inn have been broken into in our front yards. It's also going to impact traffic on Southgate, which has been kind of obnoxious for about 8 years. So those are my concerns, that and having a meeting so that we can find out truly what's really planned. We as homeowners were not included. It was Wood Lake neighborhood association and the planning development on the city, but not us, not the homeowners.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Tommy? Then Lola Acosta and Jane, I think it's McCauley, and that's it for item 7.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to lend my full-throated support to this project. This is, I own a company called E3 California. We specialize in energy efficiency and sustainability consulting, and my focus for the last 10 years has been on housing affordability and how it is a different thing than just affordable housing. This is a really special project for me, and full disclosure, I have worked with Volunteers of American National Services in the past. What made this project, or what makes them different in my mind, specifically addressing the developer, is we got a phone call saying that MJ Gravel, their senior development director, was interviewing subcontractors to make sure that subcontractors had the same values. And I said, bring it on, because in 2012, I decided to move my company of 12 onto Del Paso Boulevard with the crazy idea that I had a vision to help revitalize the boulevard. So during the meeting with Ms. Gravel, we talked about the potential and the opportunities on the boulevard. And contrary to everyone saying that government moves so slow, it's been 14 and a half months, and we're here tonight talking about the possibility of a $23 million project on Del Paso Boulevard, which, as far as I'm concerned, is probably the biggest development in the history of the boulevard. So I hope that the bailiff won't shut me down if you do vote yes, and I take a little victory lap, because this is really good stuff. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Lola?
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Concolino, Mr. Chan, and council members. My name is Lola Acosta, and I've lived in North Sacramento for 40 years. I'm here to support the sale of city property at 1212 to 1314 Del Paso Boulevard to Volunteers of America National. In the 40 years I've lived in North Sacramento, this is the first significant development of housing on the boulevard, and along with the grocery store going in just a little ways away, the most significant projects and hope for North Sacramento. When 6 neighborhood association leaders wrote to City Manager Chan last year requesting an update to the North Sacramento Community Plan, this is the kind of project that we envisioned. We are hopeful this project is the first of other positive contributions to North Sacramento. Mr. Chan, I brought a copy of that letter for you. In closing, neighborhood association leaders are ready to participate in the plan update and to work with Volunteers of America National. Thank you.
And then Jane.
Thank you.
Then after this, we will move to item 6, where we have one speaker. Just Tupper Hull, I believe.
My name is Jane McCauley. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a longtime resident of District 2 and president of Woodlake Neighbors Creating Transparency Neighborhood Association. I'm also one of the founding members of District 2 Leader Group. I'm here to support the staff recommendation to sell this property. We met with the VOAN and with the architects back in February. They were very forthcoming. They wanted our opinions. They wanted our input. They asked for adjacent neighbors. We gave them contact information for them, and we are excited. I mean, we think of District 2 as a great opportunity, and this group sees our vision, and I hope that we can move forward with the project.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, item number 6.
Is this the last item?
No, we have item number 5 after this.
Okay, there's about 6 more.
So this is item 6, Tupper Hull.
Thank you very much.
Fairy Tale Town, right? Yes.
Nope, this is the Auto Museum.
Yeah, I'm even confusing myself. Auto Museum. Thank you.
Excellent.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tupper Hull. I am the president of the board of directors of the California Vehicle Foundation. We've operated the California Auto Museum at 2200 Front Street for 30 years. I haven't been involved that long, but I'm speaking in support of item 6, which is the sale of the property to the foundation. We deeply appreciate the city's support for this sale, and especially Mayor Steinberg and Councilman Hanson. You have been tremendously supportive of this, and we believe this is going to launch the museum in an era of improvement that will bring it about something that everybody in the city can be very proud of. We have a number of our folks that have shown up tonight, and if you can indulge me, I'd love to have them stand up. There are members of our board, staff, and especially our volunteers and docents. So if folks from the California Auto Museum could stand up.
Let me ask you this, Tupper. If any of them are signed up to speak, you're all, of course, welcome. There's 5 or 6 more, but if you want to speak for them and go 2.5
I am speaking
minutes,
for
you're
them,
welcome to.
and we don't want to prolong this. And with
to.
that, thank you very much, and I'll step down.
Oh, the rest is Fairy Tale Town. Never mind. Okay. Go ahead.
Any more? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Sorry.
Okay.
Now we go to
All right.
Fairy Tale Town.
So now we're going to item number 5. There are 8 speakers.
8,
and this is Fairy Tale Town. And we'll start with Stephen Carrillo, Peter Dansfelder, Kathy Fleming, and Rivka Sass.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, I'm Steve Carrillo, a Land Park resident. I've been a Fairy Tale Town user since 5 years old, and luckily, unfortunately, aged out, and went on to help Fairy Tale Town as a board member, as an architect doing projects, et cetera, et cetera. I'm here to speak in favor of renewing this agreement and also the expansion related to that agreement. Fairy Tale Town, when I was 5 years old, was huge. And as I've gotten older, I've noticed that we're running out of room as we put more and more quality things inside the project. We are asking for a 1/2 acre to expand into, which we believe is an area that is not heavily utilized, mostly as a transition zone from parking out to the front of the facility. So we think with slightly pulling out the edges of Fairy Tale Town, we can provide more services to the 250,000 people that come to the site. We have a track record of doing good things with Land Park. We did a yellow brick road out in front of Fairy Tale Town, which was something that is outside the boundaries into quote-unquote open space out there, but it has become a place where the magic of Fairy Tale Town can come outside. People from all around can come and look at all the bricks going in the yellow brick road. So I urge your acceptance and vote for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hey, Peter?
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Peter Dannenfelser. I was born and raised in Sacramento, and I live about 3 blocks from Fairy Tale Town. Some of my earliest memories are racing my brothers on the Crooked Mile, and if I could give this community one thing, actually the greater culture of this country, it would be more healthy outdoor play space for children. Perhaps you've heard it said that play is the work of being a child. It can sound trite, but it's really important, because it's in childhood that we learn to delay gratification, right? We call it patience. We expect that from adults, but it's supposed to be learned in childhood. So waiting in line to get on the ladder to get to the slide is where a child learns that we share, right? We respect others. We learn compassion for others. So we call this emotional maturity, right? And it's in play that children get this. So I'm obviously speaking in favor of this motion, the continued relationship with Fairy Tale Town. And I'd say also that you don't have to look too far to see the results of kids through no fault of their own that are raised in less than ideal conditions that don't have patience, right? They think they're the smartest person in the room. They're desperate for approval. These are emotionally immature little boys in men's bodies. We all suffer because of a lack of playing, children, learning these important things. So that's why I joined the board of directors for Fairy Tale Town, and again, I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Hey, Kathy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kathy Fleming. I'm the Executive Director of Fairy Tale Town. We appreciate our partnership with the city for the past 20 years to operate the magical realm of Fairy Tale Town. I'm happy to report that it remains a treasured community asset. We offer our community unique play environments. We provide numerous programs ranging in topics from arts and agriculture to literacy and wellness. We provide volunteer opportunities to more than 650 youth. We receive more than 250,000 visitors each year, and we're now welcoming our 4th generation of children. I want to highlight 2 things that we're especially excited about these days. First, we're adding a new playset. Yay! Thanks to support from Metro Arts and many individual contributors, we've commissioned local artist Gar Ugalde to create Anansi's Web, based on the popular Anansi the Spider folk tales from Africa. We're very excited to add this to our collection. In addition, we've recently opened an off-site adventure playground at Maple Neighborhood Center. One of only 10 in the U.S., the Sacramento Adventure Playground is a free after-school youth development program where kids from 7 to 15 have the chance to use real tools and raw materials to bring their ideas to life. It's amazing to see what they build: houses, go-karts, they dig mud holes and build bridges to go over them, and they have such great pride in what they create. To ensure that we stay relevant for the next 4 generations of children, we've spent the last few years talking about and thinking about the future of Fairy Tale Town and how we can enhance our services and respond to changing community needs. And we've come up with a plan. Our plan is still conceptual. We're in the process now of hiring an architect, and consistent with our past practices, we'll share information as it becomes available with our stakeholders and community groups like the Land Park Community Association and sports clubs and others, and we'll continue to invite community input to develop them. Again, we greatly appreciate our partnership over the years and look forward to working with you in the years to come so that children and families have a magical place to play, imagine, and learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Following Rivka is Dale Claypool, Stephanie Duncan, Pinky Cockrell, and that's it for items 5, and then we have one for item 18.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Rivka Sass, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Public Library. And we are an unabashed fan and partner with Fairy Tale Town. We've been working together for the past 4 years on an annual play summit that now sells out every year, where we're able to make that connection between the life of the mind and literacy and the importance of play. And we know what good work Fairy Tale Town is, and we know that you know it too. So I'm just here to add my endorsement to item number 5 and hope that it passes unanimously, because they are a national treasure that everybody needs to know about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dale?
My name is Dale Claypool. I'm a founder and past president of the Land Park Community Association. I am not speaking on behalf of the current board, but I am authorized to speak for a number of past presidents. First, let me be very clear. I'm absolutely not speaking against Fairy Tale Town. We have no problem with the proposed extension of the operating contract, and we recommend your support for that element. Our focus is with the section authorizing the expansion of FTT, and particularly with the complete lack of transparency by which that section was placed before the City Council tonight. The proposed expansion has been an item of controversy for a couple years. When the conceptual outline was first brought to LPCA in July 2015, 8 former LPCA president signed a letter of concern, noting that FTT, Fairy Tale Town, is a wonderful community asset, but so is William Land Park. As stewards of the park, they pointed out that a reduction of the existing open space in the park should occur only if there's a compelling justification. At that time, the plan was long on concept and short on details. Kathy Fleming acknowledged that and agreed to share details of the plan once they were developed and before it went to City Council, something we all appreciated. Last Wednesday, Kathy returned to LPCA and provided a brief update, a little more detail than tonight, but not a great deal more. Several of us asked for follow-up meetings so we could better understand the details, and we set a date with Kathy in June for those briefings. On Friday, I learned the proposal for expansion had been placed on the City Council agenda. Despite knowing the project is controversial, there was no mention made the night before either by the Executive Director or by our Council member staff representative. Our minds is a terrible example of open government. It gives the appearance of public input, but without the reality.
Bill, can you give me a final comment, please?
Yeah, in closing, the project, we don't feel the project is time sensitive, and we ask that you put it over a couple of months so we can continue to meet with Fairy Tale Town representatives and better understand it and make it
Thank you, sir.
Good recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie?
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Duncan. I'm on the current board of the Land Park Community Association. I agree with portions of what has been mentioned about the item of the expansion not being included on during our meeting with Kathy Fleming last Wednesday. However, I'm not here to hamper that process. I know that moving forward there will be CEQA and EIRs and so forth, and this is just part of the process to move it on to those portions of potential expansion, but it's not clear that that is 100% happening as of today. So I encourage the council to extend the lease for Fairy Tale Town. Is an asset to our community. Not only are we a regional park that services all areas of Sacramento, but it is our local park for those of us who live in Land Park and the surrounding areas. So we support Fairy Tale Town and just want to put on record that we look forward to being part of a very open and transparent process moving forward if Fairy Tale Town does move toward expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Pinky?
Good evening.
Good evening, all. I'm Pinky Cockrell. I live in District 4. I support the renewal of Fairy Tale Town Incorporated lease for the 2 10-year terms. They have been an excellent and innovative steward of the space and have brought regional acclaim. Renewal ensures their commitment to William Land Park, and and it also staves off potential competition from suburbs that have entertained ideas of more children's-oriented facilities. One concern that I too am on the current board of the Land Park Community Association, but I am not speaking for them. But some people, some of our members have expressed to me the concern about the inclusion of the half-acre expansion on this particular agenda item because the map is only a concept. And we know that the rest of the buildings and everything will have to go through CEQA, planning and design and everything, but I would like to be able to reassure these people that express their concern to me that it doesn't preclude any more public scrutiny, so please allay their fears. And so I propose that we approve the 2 10-year term leases, and please ensure that we still can modify the footprint with input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the very last speaker on the consent calendar is one on item number 18, which is the RT parking enforcement, and it's Eric Frame.
Just this final item one.
This is the final consent calendar.
Hello again. Parking. Boy, it's tough out there. The prices have seemed to gone up. That's something. Then, and then there's these little stickers, these 10 p.m. stickers have been put on the signs. So now all the time's up to 10 p.m. now. It's getting ridiculous. So much anxiety. It's causing a lot of anxiety in people. I know that's maybe what some of your bosses want, is the people to be anxious and fearful, but it's not. Maybe it's not what you want, I hope. But I hear also that a lot of our parking revenue is going directly to that new stadium. And I believe the public voted against that stadium originally and didn't want it. And now, looky here, we're paying for it through all this parking fees. Wow, what a nice little win-win for some people, not us. That stadium. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'd like to make a motion to legalize parking. Legalize parking. We don't have to pay for it anymore. It would be free for everyone. Sounds great to me. Well, our parking fees are going to a stadium that we didn't want to begin with. You want a little history on that? I'll try and do it in 30 seconds. 2001, the Kings were rigged. It was rigged against them. You might know about rigging. But the Kings were rigged against in 2001 for the championship. You can look it up. The ref came out and said it. And then the NBA managed to blackmail the city of Sacramento into paying for a brand new stadium, even after they rigged the championship against us. That we weren't allowed to go in the championship. So we got blackmailed by the NBA into buying a stadium. So let's not be so proud about that stadium, okay?
Okay, that is the public testimony for the consent calendar. We have members who want to speak on one or more items, and then we'll either separate whatever items we need to, or we'll take it all as an entire consent calendar. Let's begin with Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank the California Auto Museum for coming out tonight. You've been a great partner to the city over 30 years. I knew it was long. I didn't realize it was that long, Tupper. But every time I've been there, the passion of the volunteers, the board, and the people coming to visit is always inspiring, and I'm glad, thanks to the leadership of the mayor and others, that we're able to have you permanently on the waterfront as part of our waterfront revitalization. And thank you for your patience with us working through that. I wanted to address some of the discussion related to Fairytale Town. We all know Fairytale Town is one of the jewels of Sacramento, but certainly one of the crown jewels of William Land Park. And I think that there's a little bit of confusion about what the item is. Certainly the extension of the lease is not with it in question. There's no controversy there, because Kathy, you, your staff, your volunteers have just done such a remarkable job over the years, leaving a legacy, generations of people who have been able to learn, grow, and play through their experiences at Fairytale Town. Now, the question about whether or not we lease an additional half acre to Fairytale Town to keep it relevant, to keep it vibrant, I think is something that people have misconstrued here. We're giving the city manager authority, assuming certain conditions are met, to enter into a future agreement. So that's all we're doing, is we're giving that door a little nudge open so that we can keep working. I think it's been about 3 years we've been talking, meeting, and there's certainly no hiding the ball here, but we want to keep the project moving forward, because that's how you engage donors, that's how you engage people, because sometimes we have projects linger far too long, and people start to believe that it's just talk. Now, with that, I'm prepared to make a motion approving the consent calendar, not yet knowing what my colleagues are going to say about other items, but I would like to give direction to staff that we continue to partner through my office in meeting with the people who are interested in this, for and against, so that we can make sure that by the time we do sign if we do an expanded lease, that people's concerns have been resolved. I can't promise that every concern will be resolved, but I do think that a lot of this is just part of the process. William Land Park is sacred in the city's park system, and I believe that the concern that people have really comes out of a genuine respect for the park and wanting it to be treated in a way that gives it the dignity it deserves. So thank you for being out here. Thank you for your testimony. I think we'll continue to be able to work together to make this a great project, and with that, I'll move the consent calendar.
It's moved and seconded. We do have other members. Thank you, Councilmember Hanson. Councilmember Ashby.
Yeah, Mayor, right off the bat to you and the city manager, this consent calendar is a little unruly, a little bit, maybe we could be a little bit more judicious. It's with so many items that are some requiring a lot of dialogue, it's hard to track them all when they're all on consent, so maybe fewer, or some that maybe Fairy Tale Town could have not been on consent and we could have had a presentation or something like that. Just my 2 cents on that. But a couple of things that I think, there are 3 items on here that I'd really like to speak to. One is, I think the District 2 project is amazing, and so I want to say congratulations to you, Councilmember Warren, and your team. And I had a meeting out in your district with some folks who are so excited about that project.
What are you doing there?
Looking for you. They were so excited. The only comment was they wanted it to happen faster, and they're excited about the architect and the partners you've brought on. So congratulations to you. As to Fairy Tale Town, Pinky knows me too well. I stand in the wings the moment Land Park is ready to let go of Fairy Tale Town. You just wave a flag, Kathy, and I will come get you and move you to the North Natomas Regional Park just as fast as I can. You can have as much space as you want, and I will wrestle Councilmember Hanson in the public square to get it done if that's what needs to happen. And I will win that wrestling match as well. So Fairy Tale Town is a no-brainer for me on all fronts, and also any way I can support you. The last and more difficult, less fun one is item 1, and we heard a lot of people talk about this tonight, and before you applaud, you might not like my rationale, so I want to make sure it's clear as to, I'm not going to support it. I'd like to vote yes on the balance, but I would like to vote no on this, but my reasoning is a little bit different than some of the speakers, and I just want to make sure it's clear. I don't love the 5 o'clock start time, so that part I think we agree on. But the second piece for me is, the term public comment gets thrown around a lot in here. Every item on this agenda has a public comment component, everything. Items 1 through 25 have a public comment component. And the items for which we are taking a vote tonight are critically important for people to be able to get here, because those are items affecting your neighborhoods, whether that's District 2's low-income housing, or Fairy Tale Town's expansion, or the item for Natomas later on here, or the budget items here. And I want to make sure that the community members who are concerned have the opportunity to speak to the items for which a decision is being made in their community right now. So that's why I have always been a proponent about the public comments for items not on the agenda coming after. I still think it's really important, and I still think we need to hear from people, but they're not items we can take votes on right at that moment. Sometimes we can address things, and sometimes we're able to help people, but as a general rule, the items that are calendared on the agenda that have public comment, I think deserve our best attention that day, and the ability for people to use public transportation and get here after work and all of that. So I know it's something that the group is trying and the new mayor wants to try, and I applaud your efforts to try, but I've just been here long enough to know that I don't think that will work, and so I'm going to vote no on item 1, but Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to vote yes on the balance. Thank you.
Sure. No worries. Councilmember Warren.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just comment on the item 7. There were several speakers that got up and spoke. I think a number in favor and a couple of concerned residents, primarily in the Woodlake community. And I want to, first of all, just say how optimistic I am for having a company and a architect and team of developers that are capable and interested in investing multi-million dollars in District 2. It's what we've needed. We need continued investment in our inner cities, and Del Paso Boulevard is a prime location. I think one of the other things we heard is that housing is at crisis state almost here in Sacramento. and we need more affordable housing. We need more well-run affordable housing, housing for millennials, young professionals, college students, and lower-income folks. And so I'm an advocate for that, and I will continue to be an advocate for that. I did hear the concerns of the residents, and I want to assure them that through the process, there will be ample opportunity to meet with the developer, view their project, hear their concerns, and should the city of Sacramento approve their project or grant approval to their project, that project will come with conditions of approval. And things like the concern about traffic then will be mitigated through the conditions of approval. And so I just want to make sure that we don't stop things before they get a chance to really take off and really be a benefit to our community. And so I am in full support of the item 7, and I look forward to working with the VOA team and David Mogavero. I do want to just stress to the development team that, as you heard, and I know you've done a lot of it already because you contacted my office, David, about different folks to talk to in the community in terms of outreach. I just want to encourage you to continue to do that. You guys keep an open mind, listen to the concerns of the constituents in our district, and let's put our best foot forward and do a fantastic project, one that everybody can be proud of. So with that, I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things on these items. One is on the museum. I just want to say congratulations. I'm fully supportive of that. I know you guys have been thrown a couple of curves over the years, and I appreciate the fact that you've stuck with it, and I think it's a great amenity to the city. So thank you for doing that, and I'm supportive of that. On Fairy Tale Town, I'm very supportive of what Mr. Hansen has said, as long as we can keep the discussion going. I do want to note one thing, and this actually will come into play later on too. We have lots of projects or amenities to the city that may rest in one of our districts, but are actually city amenities. And I would point to Fairy Tale Town. Certainly the convention center is something that we're all dealing with. We're going to be working on the bike trail of Mr. Jennings' district later on. Those are really city projects, and so whereas a lot of things that we talk about are things that we're kind of have a lot more control of within our own districts and that are really meant for the district itself. So I just want to note that. I'm going to come back to that later when we do the budget, but what I would request, Mr. Hansen, is that you actually bring reports back, or a report or two back to the council. I don't think we need to be involved on a day-to-day, but I'd like to kind of be kept abreast of how it comes, because it is something that we all care about quite a bit. So I would just like to add that as a request to you. And then I want to comment briefly on the first item. So let me start with this, and Ms. Ashby took the words out of my mouth on this balancing act that we have to do about public comment. I think there's actually a difference at some levels also about doing our business in public versus public business. And I think it's imperative that when we are voting on items and we have items before us that require decisions, that people who want to comment on those have an opportunity to do that. So we have to kind of fit both of these things in. I want to note two things. One is the county actually meets, County Board of Supervisors meets at 9 o'clock and 2 o'clock during the day. They don't have night meetings unless there are times when they go over that they just meet for 12 hours or whatever. But they are not, I assume then one would think they're not accessible to people if they're only meeting during the day. But I want to note that. I don't know if there are discussions going on with the county about that. The other thing is I want to just say what we did at RT, which we made a change when I was chair of the board last year, where we used to have public comment at the end. We had some complaints about it. And so what we did is we moved public comment up to 5:30, from 5:30 to 6 o'clock. We stop it at 6 o'clock, and if there are more, then we do it at the end of the meeting. And we have, so just let me go here. So So I think that's working well as well. I'm also happy to continue this, Mr. Mayor. I think, the idea has been try to move it up because, frankly, everyone is pretty tired by 10 or 11 o'clock at night when we get there, and tempers have been short, and so trying to move it up early, I think, is a worthwhile consideration that we should do. I'm happy to try this and put a timeline on it where we'll come back and revisit it, so maybe it's 2 months worth, something like that.
Sure.
I don't know what the timing is, but where we continue to do it, if it's not working, then we can come back and make an adjustment at that point as well. People certainly have been able to figure out how to get here on issues, and again, we are unique among, I'm on the SETA board, that meets during the day. I'm on the Crocker board, that meets during the day. I assume the library board meets at, what time do we meet, Rivka? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're doing a lot of that, and people seem to be able to adjust their schedules to doing it. It may be hardships at some point, and if there are specific hardships for individuals, we should know about it. And, generally people are coming here. We have certainly a committed group of folks who come here every week. We're happy to see you every week. Beyond that, we have very few people who are coming other than for specific issues. And so I want to make sure we get those issues in for people who are coming on that. So again, I'm happy to continue what we're doing for a couple of months, or whatever time frame you like to do. We give it a try, see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'm open to suggesting something or moving to something like we're doing at RT, and we can go from there. So that's my
Thank you very much. Jake. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with item 1 since we're on the subject. I tend to agree with Jay. The point that we're trying to make here is we do want to make chambers accessible to people to make comment. And I know that for me personally, certainly when I came to council as a community member, I came many times and made comments on a lot of issues. 5 o'clock would have been a real stretch for me. Being a self-employed contractor, getting here at 5 o'clock would have been out of the question. So my preference is to make a change. But like Councilmember Chenier, I'm happy to go along with this experiment. I mean, we addressed this as an experiment, that we would try it, see if it fits, see if it didn't. I know that I would be interested in polling my constituents and, get some more public feedback about what works for the bulk of my constituents. My suggestion would be to carry on with this. With the suspension of the rules, we're not making a permanent change. It's just a suspension to give us time to try this out. I would suggest to you, Mr. Mayor, that maybe we revisit this after the July break.
Sure.
As a possibility of time frame. But other than that, I'm willing to support the item. On number 7, I want to say that this project is very exciting. When you have a team like Volunteers of America National and Mogavera Notestein, that has all the hallmarks of a successful project. This is an area where density will work, and it adds inventory, and affordable inventory, to what we've got going on in the city. And much has been said about the rise of rents. The way to bring those rents down is to create a little more competition, and we need to build units in this city. This will be a great project in an area that can support it, and the more affordable units we can get built, the better. So I'm definitely in support of this. I think we've got a great team there. Let's see. Lastly, I'd like to say that I'm definitely in full support of the Auto Museum, and all the words that were said about Fairy Tale Town fit just right. I think it's been discussed enough, so definitely in support of all those. And I'll second the consent calendar.
Thank you. It might be a third, but it's okay. We'll take it. Vice Mayor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I think most of my comments have been already mentioned by Member Ashby and Member Chenier, and Member Harris for that matter as well. I think I want to continue with the experiment that we started, and I want to try to see if we can make a few adjustments if in fact we feel that it's best to do that after we've continued to talk to our constituents, get some feedback from them, and understand if it is an inconvenience for them as well. But a couple of things I just want to put on the table. we could utilize an electronic system that allows anyone from work or home to be able to fill out a sheet that allows them to say they would like to speak on public comment and still be able to get here in time so they wouldn't have to fill it out once they're here. It would be another tool in the chest for them to be able to fill out the comment card and at the same time not have to be here before they got here to do it. And so it just would be another opportunity. We could also go to a 5:30 to 6:30. I think it's real important that we stick with the concept of having public comment first, allowing us to hear the public first, and not have them sit through an entire meeting and have public comment at the end. And I think that's why we started this in the first place. And so I want to make sure we stay with this concept of keeping it up front and just making the adjustments necessary so that the public knows that we do care about their voice and their voice matters and we want them to come first. So I would just put those two suggestions on the table. 5:30 to 6:30 is another opportunity, and then also utilizing the electronic system for them to fill out public comment so they wouldn't have to be here and it would all be already be filled out by the time they got here.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that's an excellent idea, and I think there is a way to reconcile all the interests here, and I was thinking of something similar to what you said. But look, I think Councilmembers Ashby, Chenier, all the members make the point that while the public testimony for items not on the agenda is very important, it's equally, if not more important, that the public be heard during the prime hours on items that are in fact on the agenda. That's what's most important. That doesn't always happen in these chambers during my months. The folks who come here consistently, who have every right to come here and present themselves and their compelling arguments, that they are here. And I take what Vice Mayor Jennings said very seriously. Look, I'd put it many ways. We could set up an electronic system where people could call in at 2 o'clock if they know that they want to testify at 5. The other thing is, if you I make this offer to all of you, and this doesn't require a change in the rules, if you want to call my office, and I'm sure the other council members wouldn't mind as well, to say that you want to testify at 5:30, or if you're a working person and you can't get here even by 6, and you needed to testify on an item not on the agenda sometime during the evening, if you let us know ahead of time, we'll be happy to try to accommodate you. But I got to say that as much drama as there sometimes is in this chamber around one issue, we want to make sure that people are equally heard on the various items that come before this council on a weekly basis that affect our communities and our civic life here in Sacramento. So I think that this is reasonable and fair. And Jay is absolutely correct as well, that, we do better work before 10 o'clock at night. That's just human nature. And so let's give this a shot. And if people cannot get here by 5, call the office, and we'll make sure that you testify either right before 6, or if you can't get here before 6, we'll figure out a way to make sure that you're heard, because that's our intent, certainly my intent. Thank you. So we're going to separate out file item 1 for Councilmember Ashby. Why don't we say then file item 1, all in favor say aye. Aye. Well, I didn't let me say it. Jeez. It's going to give you a chance to just exclaim it. Opposed? No. Oh, it wasn't motion. It wasn't moved separately. Thank you. Moved by Councilmember Guerrero, second by Councilmember Chenier. Without objection, we're going to call it an 8-to-1 vote. The motion passes. Now we'll take the other items, including, I just got to say one more thing about item 7. Congratulations to Councilmember Warren. We talk about affordable housing, and you're right, Jeff Harris, we talk about affordable housing in this chamber week after week, and I'm glad we heard the testimony from folks who came up to talk to us about what they're dealing with and living through. 77 units of workforce and affordable housing with great developers, great architects. We got to do this on a massive scale across our city. This is great. The rest of the consent calendar, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. 9-0. Good. Let's move on. We'll wait just a second.
Are you using your charger? Oh, do you have an extra? Here, I need to start bringing one. This works really fast. Does it?
Battery pack charges
Okay.
3 times faster.
Oh, man.
Thank you so much. I'll be getting one of these and leaving it down there. I turned it right too.
No.
Take your jacket off and make yourself comfortable. You need an ice
A little too informal. There's a little water. Okay, do you want us to wait? No, but I want you to talk. Okay. David, how you doing? Go get him.
Let me get your whole water.
Do you mind?
No,
Please?
not at all.
Thank
In fact,
you.
I'm going to get some for myself.
2 seconds here, everybody. Come on. Look, it's 7:50. Well, but if you had heard the items, there would have been Hi, Pam.
I'm just going to say hi.
Hi. What were you here for? The amphitheater, it's coming. Okay. There'll be another hour.
Oh.
Okay.
Painful.
We are back from a brief recess. Thank you very much to the members and to the public. We next want to move to file item 24, which is the adoption of the mayor and council budget priorities for fiscal year 2017-18. I want to begin here to sort of set the stage and say a couple of things. Number one, of course, this is not a final vote because the final budget will be voted on June the 13th. So I'm now in my 5th month as mayor, and the previous mayor, Mayor Johnson, I think had begun a budget process that was fundamentally solid. In this sense, the mayor and the council members would discuss iteratively council member priorities during the fall and the winter. The mayor would then put together essentially a budget memo to the city manager. The city manager would then incorporate as much of the mayor and council priorities, present the budget. The council would then deliberate and debate the budget and pass a budget by the city charter deadline. That is exactly the process that I intend to use as the mayor going forward. This year is slightly different because I didn't get sworn into office until December the 13th and didn't really start, I mean, for all intents and purposes, until January the 5th. So it was a little different. I'm very proud of what we did this year. We did several things. Number one, we did a citywide poll, which is consistent with the previous practice of the mayor and the council. But we did something unprecedented. We did 9 budget town halls. I participated in 8 of them. I'm sorry I missed the one in East Sacramento. But I participated in 8 out of the 9 with each of you as council members. And we engaged hundreds of members of the public, not only in an informal discussion about budget priorities, not only laying out the city budget and what the choices were, but actually polling the residents in a very interactive way so that we could get their specific feedback. And because, again, I did not start until January, and we didn't have these forums until, what was it, March and April, we weren't able to develop the mayor and council priorities to feed into the city manager and the finance director until after the manager presented the manager's budget. So it is a little bit different this year, but I know Councilmember Harris and others have expressed some concern. Well, shouldn't those priorities be discussed earlier and folded in, if you will, to the manager's budget so it's sort of holistic earlier? And the answer is yes, and I commit that that's exactly the way we are going to do it next year. But I'm thrilled. We're going to continue with the public input. We're going to continue with the community meetings. We're going to continue to revise our budget PowerPoint and our informal poll, and it's a great way to engage the community. And if you didn't get a chance, member of the public, to show up to one of these last year and participate, I urge you to, because it was a great exercise in civic engagement. Now the substance. I think what we are adding to the manager's budget represents a balanced approach and a fair approach that reflects both the need to be fiscally prudent, fiscally conservative, but at the same time make some strategic investments in improving our city. Here are the numbers. First of all, last year, the City Council approved $22 million worth of new spending. This year, we begin with a $20 million surplus. I say surplus with an asterisk, though, because the long-term projections, of course, don't indicate a surplus for the reasons we discussed this afternoon and we've discussed over the past several weeks. And so of the $20 million, we propose to, I should say $20 million plus a significant one-time reserve from the Measure U, which of course is going to sunset in 2019. So well above $20 million. Of that, we propose to spend $5.3 million on one-time city priorities, including increasing funding for the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission. That's actually out of our transit occupancy tax. For a second year of 1,000 Strong to make sure that our young people, our high school students, have the benefit of year-round paid work experiences for a second year. The City of Sacramento Safe Haven, which we already approved, Councilmember Guetta's leadership and effort. Funding for youth engagement through our youth department, but distributed throughout the council districts. Police impact team around homelessness to move our police impact team from 4 days to 7 days, to improve and complete the Land Park Amphitheater, which you only mentioned that, Councilmember Hanson, because that doesn't have to necessarily come down under your District 4 category as a chit. This is a citywide priority here. You pushed it, but it's a citywide priority. Same with the completion of the Sacramento River Bike Trail. Member Jennings top of his priority list, but it doesn't count against him because that's a citywide priority. And then the Gang Prevention and Intervention Task Force to add another $300,000 so we can replicate the Richmond model and actually get guns off the streets. I can't think of a better way to spend $300,000. So that's $5.3 million. It goes to 7.3 because I've asked for a placeholder for economic development in the amount of $2 million. That's going to be the subject of our council advance on, advance, a week from Friday. A week from Friday. We're going to talk about that. What we want to do with economic development. So that's a placeholder. And then in terms of district council priorities, which, you know, try to respect council priorities. I was once a council member. Council priorities are important. It's $2.6 million one time out of a $1 billion budget. In addition, at the suggestion of both council members Chenier and Harris, we seek to set aside $5 million in either a PERS repayment or add to the Economic Uncertainty Fund. And we want to have a little more conversation about what's the best way. But either way, it's towards fiscal responsibility. And then we have $8 million unspent left over. We have contracts, we've got, you know, unanticipated expenses, and we need to continue to build even a larger reserve or a larger PERS prepayment. So show me a perfect budget, and well, I will say I've never seen a perfect budget, having worked on many of them throughout my public career. But what you always try to do is balance. Strategic investments, citywide, district-wide, money for the rainy day, money to deal with our PERS obligation, money left over, marijuana and economic development still to come. And I would urge your support and adoption of this approach tonight. That's my opening comment. Do we have public testimony on these items? We've got 26. Well, that's good. Is there any other presentation? Mr. Silva, is it your intent to present now? What do we?
No, I'm just here for technical support. I would like to say, in terms of the budget forms, would like to thank the neighborhood services staff as well as our IT staff for helping us out with those.
And first of all, let me thank you, and I want to thank Scott White from my team. I want to thank our finance team, all for your collaboration in helping make sure that those neighborhood services, Christina and her team, that these forums were successful. Thank you to the entire budget team for working together. You know, it is a new day at City Hall, where the city manager and I, and the city manager and the council, we have different responsibilities, but I think we're working more collaboratively than we ever have, and that's a good thing. So are you putting up on the city's websites and stuff the results of the polling so the public can see all that?
Yes, certainly. So attached to this item on our city's website, you can grab all 9 of the responses, the survey responses for the budget forms within each district. Also on there is the results ran by our firm FM3 that ran the phone polling, so you can grab that there as well. And then on the mayor's website, you can find poll results as well.
Okay, and before we take the public testimony, I'm sorry, I want to call up Jennifer Donlan-Wyant, because as part of the mid-year budget action, the council did set aside a couple of $1 million. It was $2.25 million for bikeway improvements, which Lord knows, in this city, there is a crying need and demand for a more bikeable city. So here's what we're doing with the first $2.25 million of what we propose to do, and this is exciting. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm going to give a brief overview of the mid-year bikeway improvement projects. We work closely with you, our council, to identify these projects and move forward as part of the $2.25 million. We have projects in every district, and we're working closely with District 2 to finalize that project. We have 2 trail hybrid crossing beacons. This will help facilitate trail crossings across multi-lane roadways to improve safety and improve access and improve trail use. We have one up in District 1 at Del Paso Road. We know it's been important for the community for a long time, and we're very excited about that. We also have one down at the Garcia Bend Trail, which will help with our project as we move forward to build that segment. We also have one path or trail facility that's in District 6 that is in the Mayfong Park. It's a project that the council member has been very interested in for a long time, and we're happy to move that one forward. Then we have a number of bikeways. In District 3, we have the Elvis Avenue buffered bike lanes. This will help with traffic calming as well as improve comfort for those bicyclists who use Elvis Avenue. And then in District 5, we have the 2nd Avenue bike lane. 2nd Avenue is an important connector for east-west travel throughout the city. And then in District 8, we have the Mack Road Sidewalk and Bike Lane Project. It's a small sidewalk gap closure and improvement of the bikeway facility. And then in downtown, we were able to leverage some funding and get a little bit more bang for your buck, if you will. We have a number of bikeway projects, including some gap closures on H Street, I Street as well. And then we're looking at buffered bike lanes on P, Q, and 10th Streets. So these are the projects that were brought forward as part of the mid-year process. With some matching funds from District 4, we're moving from one project that we're going to postpone and help fund that one. And then we also are lucky to have contribution from the North Thomas TMA for that project, and it meets our $2.25 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Thank you. I just, moment of personal privilege, Jennifer. Many of you know that we did an open streets event on Broadway Sunday. And it would not have happened without the leadership that Jennifer inspired in the police department and in the other public works staff. And I just have to take a moment to thank you. And those of you who track these things, we got a silver rating last year from the National Bicycle Friendly Community Group. And Jennifer has been working on Vision Zero, helped us bring that policy forward, helped launch Bike Share last week in our preview. We did our open streets event where literally we turned Broadway into a playground for pedestrians and bicyclists. And we've been doing bicycle education classes. You've been a superstar, and I just want to take a second to thank you for all your hard work and for making us look really good. The last thing I'd say is if you weren't there Sunday, Carlos Eliason from our PIO's office put together an amazing video that's on the city Facebook and Twitter page.
It was great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. Oh, no. Okay, Councilmember Ashby, I'm sorry, Jennifer.
I just have a quick
Councilmember
question.
Ashby has a,
This is a fast one. Of these items, will these be in this year then, in this year's work plan?
I am not sure.
Okay. All right. We'll follow up.
love an honest answer.
That's great.
All right. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This is terrific. I mean, this is using one-time money to improve the city's bikeability. Excellent, thank you. Okay, now we're going to take the public testimony on the various items, and then we'll hear from council members on this approach.
Okay, so we'll start with Pam Haynes, and then Devin Lavelle, Anita Scurry, and then Maurice Reed.
Good evening. My name is Pam Haynes. I am Vice President of the Los Rios Community College District Board of Trustees. I am here in support of one of your line items for the William Land Park Amphitheater renovation. My area, this is my area. Sacramento City College is the district within, is the community college within the district that I serve, as well as being a community member and a resident of Southland Park. So I use the amphitheater, I use Southland Park. I'm here to let you know that Sacramento City College benefits greatly in its use and in its productions. Many of the residents in
in the community frequent the park as well as frequent the amphitheater. Shakespeare in the Park has had more productions than one can count. And so I'm truly hoping that the city council members will make certain that this particular line item is fully funded. Many of you know that Sacramento City College had its 100 years. Many of you helped us celebrate this year-long celebration. Part of the theme was to make certain that Sacramento City College would be around for the next 100 years. It is my hope that the amphitheater, which is a WPA national treasure that we have in our city and in our midst, will also be around for the next 100 years. So with that, I just want to thank you for the time to share my thoughts with you, and I truly hope that you keep this item fully funded within your budget.
Hey, Devin?
All right, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for your time this evening. My name is Devin Lavelle. I'm a proud resident of District 7. Mr. City Manager, I greatly enjoyed biking through our neighborhood a couple weeks ago on the Tour de City Hall. I'm heartened to see, and yeah. And I know Councilman Chenier, I think, made it the furthest of any of the council folk. I'm heartened to see that we included needed funds for the completion of the Sacramento River Parkway in our budget. Once completed, that will be a tremendous amenity both for our community there in District 7 and really for the whole city and the whole region. It's a really treasure that, when it's completed, will run all the way from Folsom down to Freeport and eventually to the San Francisco Bay Area, which is really amazing. It's a promise that the council has been making for over 40 years now, and this is a major step forward to finally making it a reality. And my hope is that it will, by the time that my son Henry is able to ride a bike, he will have a parkway to ride it on. He's about 19 months old now, so I think cute. So cute. Thank you also for including funding for additional pods in the pocket. It'll be a valuable tool to help keep our community safe and a very cost-effective one. Thank you, Councilman and Vice Mayor Jennings, for championing these issues. I also want to thank Councilman Guerra for prioritizing funding for the Safe Haven funding and the fuel network, which will be a great good for many of our friends and neighbors around the city. And thank you all for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Devin. Thank you very much.
Anita?
I'm short.
Okay.
I say. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Anita Scurry, and I'm the president of the Friends of the Sacramento Public Library. And I'm speaking in support of your approving the proposed augmentation for the Sacramento Public Library. Our organization is a volunteer, membership-supported, nonprofit organization that advocates, fundraises, and provides critical public support for the Sacramento Library and its programs. We worked hard to obtain passage of Measure B and Measure X, which helped stabilize library funding. And we thank all of you for your support of those measures, and in particular, we thank Council Members Ashby and Jennings for your leadership during those campaigns. As you know, despite the success of those measures, the library still faces a looming funding shortfall, and that the city general fund contribution has not increased in more than 20 years, and now falls well short of what is needed to maintain existing services. So I want to say the library, based on my experience as a volunteer, serves a tremendous number of people and is like a community center for all involved. And on behalf of our 4,000 members, we ask for your approval of the general fund augmentation for the library. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work.
Okay, Maurice, and then Victor Brazelton, Angela Tillotson, and then Mac Worthy.
Maurice.
Maurice, come on up.
You're up. Hi, Maurice.
Hi there. My name is Maurice Reed. I'm here tonight for Northern California Construction Training. We're a nonprofit. I have another hat on, and that is the working group to see if something can't be done to fix up the amphitheater in William Land Park. Now, cities become great when they have great facilities and great venues. And that's why you gave substantial money to Arco Arena, I'm an old man, to King's Arena, to the Crocker Art Gallery, to the B Street Theater, to the new redoing of the community theater. And you're overlooking one thing, however, that you have a wonderful facility in William Land Park. Pam Haynes talked about it. Poor City College is one of the few people that do anything there, and they have to bring thousands of dollars of equipment in just so they can have their plays there. They have to bring in toilets, lights, a box office. Then the people have to sit on hard seats with no backs for 3 hours. Try listening to Shakespeare in that condition. But they still manage to fill the seats. Think what it could be if the facility was brought up to date. And I urge you to put some funds aside to see that it happens. Now, I'm going to put on my hat for Northern California Construction Training. We are offering our services to help do that. The labor of our employees and our students. We've built the police and firefighters memorial in in North Sacramento. We've built 22 homes for the first-time home buyers for the housing agency, and we're currently building some 20 pilot habitats for the homeless in Sacramento. With that on our belt, I say that we will help construct this amphitheater, a minimum of $40,000 and probably a lot more. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Maurice. That's very generous.
Victor? Victor Brazelton?
Victor Brazelton.
Angela Tillotson?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg.
Good evening.
And council members. I promise you, I will not run out of time this time. I'm Angela Tillotson, Chair of the Midtown Neighborhood Association. Thank you for your work to engage the public and hear from the city's residents through efforts such as the work groups held in each district and the city survey. The M&A Board of Directors urges you to adopt the mayor's budget priorities, especially those that will make Midtown a safer and more vibrant community. We're especially excited about the expenditure of one-time Measure U funds for the rehabilitation of the Wind Park facility and the additional funds to add streetlights to the central city. We encourage you to adopt these budget priorities. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the work you do for our communities.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I see Victor. Victor? And then Mac Worthy, and then Richard Falcon.
Thank you. I really appreciated this. I like the idea that there was a lot of input that came from the community about what their priorities were and how those priorities then could be reflected in the budget. I'm certainly hopeful that as I look at the actual proposed budget, that the money goes towards those. It'll allow us to see that the money that we're investing is going towards what the people want. So I thought that this was a really, really good idea. The thing that did concern me is that it talked about a slight rise of folks' concerns for homelessness and affordable housing, and it was pretty highly prioritized throughout each one of the communities that talked about those things. And then two, as you move forward with your budget proposals, one of the things that I hope you take into consideration is that putting money towards the criminalization of that act, we've seen what that does. It doesn't move it forward. It doesn't help the issue out more. And so when we look at those budget priorities of how we allocate money towards homelessness, if it's towards things like just the impact team or towards more criminalization of the act of the economic state itself, that's actually not helping the cause of homelessness itself. It just keeps us in that same circle. So I hope we would look at other avenues to be able to move those ideas forward. Lastly, while I do have a couple more minutes, I do appreciate that you did abstain from item 1 and the equitability of being able someone to be able to speak towards agenda items. But when you have 23 items that are on one consent calendar, and you're allowed 2 minutes to speak towards all 23 of those, that's not equitable towards a person who comes in and spends the time to be able to speak on the issues that are up for a vote tonight. The mixed income ordinance was a very important ordinance that I think should have had some actual time spent on, and I would have much rather spent the 2 minutes talking about that ordinance, and because there was a vote on that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mackworthy?
Good afternoon. I had an opportunity to attend one of the budget meetings. That was sad. That was over in Carr's district. And all those hundreds of thousands of people, I don't know where they showed up at, but that was enough for me. And we get a $20 million, but it's really not a $20 million surplus. Now, what are you saying? Sales tax, people vote to sell tax down. That's how your homeless people come back. Vote to sell tax down. Maryland water will belly in itself because it will increase crime. It'll belly itself. And when we look at the people about apartments, you are in the bed with the apartment owners. That's why the rent's up. There's the money there that's not accounted for, and that's the inspection of the apartments. How is that money come to your budget? Also, we don't get no audit. What is the audit on the arena money income, cash flow? What is the audit on Smudge cash flow? Never been, have it. This is what we are saying. Where are the kids that went to the academy? What were you all taught? You should be here speaking to this because you didn't teach them to speak. You teach them to function within the fishbowl so you can see them from the outside. You got to pay people outside to deal with this budget. This city will never move this way, people. It's sad. Economic development. $2 million? That's critical. Now, the people coming here with the step forward, you got that coming in because somebody came in here with a $500,000 anonymous from a black man from Virginia. Next thing we know, it was $45,000 a year per homeless. Now we come in here with the 1,000 strong. That's going to be your budget next time. Where that money coming from? See, this is what you lie to people about. Quit lying to the public and itemize it and tell them the truth about the money.
Richard? Following Richard is James Clark, Eric Frame, and Rick Stevenson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I want to speak on behalf of your proposals for the arts. As a recipient of the CAA grant and the Cultural Equity Grant, as a small Latino theater arts organization, we have benefited from the grants and the help with the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission. We have also been impacted by the cuts that have been, we have realized, through the number of years preceding this. And I have lobbied very, very hard to make sure that we return SMAC to its original funding. So I'm really, really happy to hear that you're getting a start here, and that's really great, because for this to become a world-class city, the arts must flourish. Not just the ballets and the operas and the Crocker Art Galleries, but also the small arts organizations that can really help to bring people here, because we find niches here that other cities don't have, to bring people. Wouldn't it be great if somebody said, you know, while I'm here in San Francisco, I'm going to go over to Sacramento because there's a great organization over there that does some really great puppet theater or really great music on the streets or these things. So I'm really, really want to encourage you to please restore the arts funding for SMAC back to its original. And one last thing, I want to encourage you to please make sure that all funding for arts is done through the commission. I know there are a lot of things that are done outside of the commission, but they're a great oversight organization. They are well-staffed, and I can tell you personally, they have helped me incredibly. And if not for people like SMAC, the recent show that we did about Cesar Chavez and Ruben Salazar could not have been done. So I'm very, very grateful for them, and very, very grateful to you, and encourage you to make that funding available. Thank you.
James?
Well, it's great that we can prioritize new bike trails, new amphitheaters, improvements to the aesthetics of our community. What's really kind of sad, though, is the only priority towards the homeless in the entire budget you just outlined is more cops, more harassment. But what that tells us in the community, where more people are being priced out of their homes, and there's over 13,000 homeless out on the streets already, is that you don't mind criminalizing them more. That you'd rather further the criminalization than prioritize helping them. You say you've got $5.3 million in priorities, and the only thing you mention in those priorities for the homeless is more cops? That doesn't help anybody. All that is showing that you would rather send people to jail than actually get them off the streets or allow them to live peacefully. Yet again, we're seeing where this city's priorities are. And I kind of wonder where these priorities come from. Who was at these forums? Did you outreach to anybody living in poverty? Or did you make it at a time where they can even make it so their concerns could even be addressed? Or did you just go to the bourgeoisie like you tend to hang out with? Because that seems to be where most of these priorities come from. I don't see anybody in poverty that's going to care more about an amphitheater than they are about housing, or about some form of rent control, or about actually taking care of their citizens. So, while it's nice that we can have pretty things, we're never going to be a world-class city when we have people suffering and dying in our streets without even prioritizing their existence.
Eric?
Wasn't it?
Well, it was Eric and then Rick Stevenson, but either way.
Hi. Okay, so you just said you had $8 million. You have no idea what to do with. All right, I got some ideas for you. Let's make some strategic investments. You enjoy those. Here's one. Let's invest in a tiny house village. Creates jobs. Gets people off the street, and you get to stop killing people with your no camping ordinance, because they'd be off the street, you see. So that's a win-win-win right there. Invest in a tiny house village. I look at you, Miss Ashby, because I know there's a big plot in Natomas. There's a huge plot I drive by all the time. So there's a lot of space, and I've also heard there's plenty of locations because we have a problem with too many vacant locations in the city. I'm using your words, guys. Let's invest in some public restrooms. That'd be nice. Seems like a no-brainer. Let's invest in mobile tiny homes. Mr. Mayor, I know you went inside of a mobile tiny home on Earth Day, so you know exactly where they are. We can invest in those. We saw them. Cool. All right, I got one more. Let's get, it's a slightly different topic, but interrelated because this all is. Let's get a third-party independent committee, public group to investigate police brutality, police immoral actions, such as that. And let's get them on the human trafficking as well, and the child trafficking, because Sacramento's a big hub of it, I hear. And, 84 children go missing every hour. So I would like some investigation on that, some budget into that as well. I hate to be harsh, but an art man just came up and he talked about what great puppet shows we have. And if you want to look at a great puppet show, you're looking at it right here. Love Revolution, everybody.
Thank you. Next.
Rick? Following Rick is Whitney Yamanic.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Land Park Volunteer Corps hat, although not speaking for the Corps. Once we found out about this amphitheater $1 million proposal, we hadn't had a chance to have a meeting. I'm adamantly opposed to it. There is a priority problem, there is a process problem, and a transparency problem. There was a park planning guide meeting process. Nobody spoke up for the amphitheater at that. I was there, nothing was said. Normally you have public hearings, you have something. This was a complete bushwhack. We didn't even know about this on Friday. This is something that should have been gone through. The Land Park Community Association, I know when this came up for the $100,000 months ago, they said, oh yeah, they approved it. What they approved was the idea, not spending city money. The people pushing this represented that they were going to get private funds for it. What we could do with $1 million and now 1.1 with the other 100,000, you could fix every bathroom in that park. In the most used area of the most used park in the city, The bathroom burned. It'll be 15 months before it's restored, and yet we can throw $1 million down this well. Unbelievable. Why wasn't there any transparency? Mr. Hanson, one of his staff members, was at the LPCA meeting, Land Park Community Association meeting, Wednesday night. Not one word about this was said. This is absolutely wrong on every level. The more you know about William Land Park, the more you know this is a bad idea. This is destructive to the real needs of the park. They are desperate, and this isn't it. This is the icing. It's for the effete few. This is something you take care of after you have the basics taken care of. I was in the park before 6 o'clock this morning having to water some ornamental trees because there's no irrigation in the area, and yet we'll throw $1 million?
I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
Mayor Steinberg, City Council members, I'm Whitney Amamura. I'm the interim president of Sacramento City College. I'd like to echo some of the thoughts that Trustee Haynes brought to your attention. We appreciate the celebration of the 100th anniversary of Sacramento City. It's an integral part of the community and the life of the city. For 50 of those 100 years, we've had Shakespeare in the park. And for the last 32 years consecutively, we've had the honor of presenting performances. Those performances enrich the cultural life of the city. For me, as a fourth-generation Sacramentan, it was part of my heritage. I think it's a cultural gem just as important as Fairy Tale Town. We don't have many outdoor venues such as the amphitheater, and for one-time use money to bring to life and restore the amphitheater would be, in fact, a good use of funds. I just had a meeting with Greater Sacramento members this morning where we talked about trying to recruit employers to the region that bring jobs to this city. Cultural amenities are some of the aspects that differentiate one city competing for industry and jobs versus another. Shakespeare in the Park could be part of that, and if we restore and rehabilitate the amphitheater, who knows, we could do something equivalent to Ashland that would attract tourism and revenue to the city. Sacramento City College does invest its own resources. We do, in fact, try and set up as many amenities as we can. We try and budget about $40,000 to do that. If, in fact, there were one-time monies, we could use those funds for other support for the education of our students. So again, I'm strongly in favor of the renovation.
Okay, Rick Bettis, and then Pinky Cockrell and Frank Topping.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Rick Bettis, I'm speaking in behalf of the League of Women Voters tonight. We want to first congratulate you on your outreach. I think, I know some that attend, and they really appreciated the electronic clicker exercise and all, so it was a great outreach, and I appreciate that. And I think the result does reflect community needs and desires. But particularly, what we wanted to congratulate you on is the completion of the Sacramento River Parkway. And it's been a long time coming. You know, it was a vision of Charles Warren back in the 1970s or so, and most especially, it's been a priority for one of our best public servants in the city, Mayor Ann Rudin, who's thought about this for at least 40 years. So again, we really appreciate that you're going to go ahead with that project, and I know that both Ann and Charles, and actually Heather Fargo as well, another former mayor, will express their appreciation as well. So thank you.
Good evening, all. I am Pinky Cockrell, living in District 4, and I strongly favor a fix for the Warren Amphitheater, specifically the stage. It's not the WPA-era bandshell that, as intimated. Only the bowl is WPA-era. The stage is a 60th monstrosity that totally compromised its ability to be used for entertainment. When $100,000 was transferred from the Land Park Special Fund several months ago, it specified that it was to make shovel-ready plans. This $1 million doesn't specify the purpose, where it will be held, if it will establish an amphitheater rollover account, who can draw from it, and we know that it's inadequate to finish the project. When this other funding was authorized, I requested that an official, public-appointed, accountable committee be established and before more funds were allocated. It should include stakeholders, neighbors, fundraisers, builders, facility and entertainment experts. It didn't happen. I further recommended that a foundation be established to sustain and contract on its behalf once completed, such as happened in Fair Oaks. Why hesitate to appoint a committee? Let the public be involved. The amphitheater is only one need. $1 million could go far to upgrade safety and accessibility of restrooms and all, but please defer this item or appoint a committee so that we can get fundraising and public buy-in and awareness moving. Thank you very much.
Frank? And then Alan Duran, and then Tristan Brown.
Good evening again, City Council. On Coyote Village again, each of you has a portion of the budget available to you for use in your district. Actually, the obvious is that we are going to need to develop the micro-cottage tiny communities throughout the area. It should be a regional effort, greater than just Sacramento County. That is one suggestion that each of you might consider, donating a portion of your budget you have for your own district for these efforts when the time comes, when it does come forward. Another thing I'd like to point out, and I know it's a complex issue because we're talking about taxation, but the transient occupancy tax, it is to the benefit of all the hotel operators and tourism in general. Everybody that benefits from tourism in the city and county of Sacramento, that we have no stale urine and fecal smells around the city. Getting a portion, very small portion, 1 or 2% of the transient occupancy tax donated. Like I said, I know it's complex because it's related to taxation, but it's a real good idea and it's absolutely logical.
Thank you, Frank. You do give me an opportunity to clarify something because I misspoke earlier. The Metropolitan Arts Commission increase, which would be $250,000 a year for 2 years to get back to the pre-cut level, comes out of the city's general fund, not the transit occupancy tax. So if I created some confusion there, I'm sorry, it's out of the city's general fund.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Alan?
Mayor Steinberg, council members, my name is Alan Duran, and I'm a resident of Vice Mayor Jennings' district, and I'm here to speak in favor of the allocation of the $2.3 million of Measure U funds for the Sacramento River Parkway. I don't attend a lot of these meetings, and so my observation today is that I really want to thank you all for your service.
Oh, you don't know how good that feels. I just thank you.
I don't live on the river, but Winston and I walk along the levee every day, and it's a pleasure. And I really want to commend the former leadership of the city and this leadership of the city for the significant progress that you are making in in improving Sacramento in many, many areas. And I know that we have a lot of problems. We've, of course, heard a lot about the homeless this evening, but it is important to reach a balance. And I think that this will be a significant improvement, 40 years in the making, to improve Sacramento. And it's something that I commend you for putting it into the budget. And you can see the green scarves here, even though people couldn't get here after work. But please, allocate the money, do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Following Tristan is Will, but looks like Kennedy, and then Nicole V. and Bridget McLaughlin.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Tristan Brown, also a resident of District 7. So I came here tonight to echo the comments you just heard, and thank you, especially Councilman Rick Jennings. Sincere thank you for the effort you put into obtaining this funding. When I first moved to Sacramento to come to McGeorge School of Law, I took great pride and enjoyment of the American River Parkway, trying to ride all the way up to the Folsom Dam and back, earned myself an extra inch in my neck collar from the effort. So I'd hoped that when I moved down into the Pocket area, I could enjoy the river there as well, and unfortunately I found out that I couldn't. So any movement forward to establishing a great riverfront there along the river is greatly appreciated, so thank you, sir. And also thank you to Councilman Guerra for your support of the Family Unity Educations and Legal Network. Hoping that is also a mayor and council priority this year in this budget. And thank you all for this work, and keep it up. I won't take up more time. Thanks.
Thank you, Tristan.
Will?
Good evening. My name is Will Kennedy. I'm a resident in the Pocket area in District 7, where I'm also a teacher and the interim chair of the Pocket Greenhaven Community Association. I'm here tonight to speak to you regarding the proposals to add additional police observation devices to the Pocket, as well as additional funding for the Sacramento River Parkway, and the important continuation of the 1,000-strong program. Adding police observation devices, or POTS, to the Pocket, the way things would work was one of these devices would be on all the major exits and entrances to the Pocket. Having these devices on each of these streets would make our neighborhood a far safer place. Criminals would think twice about coming into our neighborhood knowing full well that they would be being watched. The Sacramento River is an amazing amenity for our community. Sadly, large parts of it is still off limits to many of us. I often hear from community members, parents, students, about how great it would be to get on a bike and ride along the Sacramento River down to Old Sac. I highly encourage you to continue with funding for the Sacramento River Parkway, so that'll be more of a reality than a dream. The 1,000-strong program is something that I've personally seen in use. I teach at the School of Engineering and Sciences down in the Pocket area, a Title I school. Over 70% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch. A lot of times people think that students at this time of the school year, that they're all excited for summer. A lot of my students, a lot of my juniors, are more worried about what they're going to do for work. The work they'll be doing isn't just to save up to buy a car, to have fun. A lot of my students are literally helping to pay for their families to get by. To watch my students this year apply for paid internships in careers that they want to pursue, to get a foot in the door, but will hopefully be a pathway out of poverty for them. I urge you to continue the 1,000-strong program. It is working. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Nicole here? That's okay. My apologies. And then Bridget McLaughlin, and then David Demers, and Luis Cespedes.
I am a downtown worker and a midtown resident, and I just wanted to give my opinion on the $5 million homeless budget. They live in my neighborhood amongst the druggies and transients. And I'm concerned about the money that we're putting into this. It's not going to solve the problem, because that will just continue. I don't think that we're going to be able to help all 2,500 people for that, so they will still be homeless, right? don't know what the numbers are. And then I'm concerned about, what are we encouraging? We're using the taxpayer money to do this. We're just going to keep housing people with this taxpayer money. I go to work every day. It may not be the greatest job, but I get up just like you do. I come home, do the same darn thing 5 days a week. I make above minimum wage, but not quite middle class, so I can't qualify for low income or affordable housing, but I don't make enough to buy a car that's newer than 93. So when I see something like this, where we're just going to hand out places to live, one questions, what am I doing this for? When clearly we can just have things handed to you. I know we have a problem with homeless, but that's still not going to solve the problem. I think a lot of the homeless has their own devices that they need to deal with. So there's some that aren't even going to want to participate in the housing. So just as a citizen, as a resident, I'm deeply concerned about how we're using money. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Bridget?
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Bridget McLaughlin, and I am a resident of District 7 in the Pocket area. As you might be able to tell from my jaunty green bandana, I'm here in support of the Sacramento River Parkway Association and their efforts to secure funding to pave the parkway all the way through the Pocket to get a clear path from the Pocket to downtown and beyond. I'm also a newly minted graduate of this year's Planning Academy, so am now exercising the fruits of that academy to come here and speak with you, and I'm happy that this particular item was on the agenda because bicycle transportation in the city of Sacramento was why I wanted to participate in the Planning Academy. I work at UC Davis. I frequently bike from my home in the Pocket all the way to UC Davis in Davis or to my laboratory in Sacramento. So I go through the Pocket on my bike commute on a nearly daily basis. And one of the most dangerous parts of the ride is coming down off the levee from the larger Pocket down onto Riverside Boulevard during the morning commute, when traffic is shunted onto Riverside Boulevard to escape the pressures of the I-5 congestion. So I strongly applaud your efforts to complete the parkway, and I also appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and to have participated in this year's Planning Academy. This is my first time to a council meeting, and thank you very much for your attention and support of the parkway.
Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I'm here on support of the motion to add money to the Sacramento Gang Prevention and Intervention Task Force. We recognize that this money will do a lot to get guns off the street, number one, but more importantly, this is going to provide opportunities for young men and women that may have never had opportunities before. So I want to thank you for the work that you've done on this, Vice Mayor, as well as Mayor, and your support for this. I do want to point out that there is that there was a study that was done a year ago. It's called Heard Not Judged. It was partly funded by the California Endowment. And in that study, there were 34 young men of color throughout the United States that were interviewed, and the vast majority of these young men and women, young men, specifically stated that they had no expectation that they could achieve or participate in the American dream, simply because of the way that they were raised in the environments that they were raised within. This money will do a lot to will leverage the ability to bring in about $1.5 million additional dollars to be able to work with the most at risk within these gangs, and be able to provide opportunities for them to achieve and experience the American dream that we all pursue every single day. So I think it's incredibly important, and I appreciate your support on this, and I urge a yes vote on that. Thank you.
Luis? Following Luis is Ron Beals and then Tom Higgins.
Good evening. My name is Luis Cespedes. I chair the Lawyers Advisory Committee to the Safe Haven Task Force. I want to thank the mayor and the city council for their March 4th vote again unanimously to support the immigration platform, the sanctuary resolution, which has been updated, and the Family Unity Education and Legal Network, and I encourage you to make it a mayor and council priority. Sometimes we wonder whether what we do here will ring in Washington, D.C., and if you have not seen it, the Attorney General issued a memorandum yesterday in which the Trump administration has retreated from threatening to withhold federal funds from cities that declare themselves sanctuary cities. Moreover, because of the fine work of your city attorney, our resolution that we passed is in complete compliance, and all federal funds, including those from law enforcement, should be safe. So I want to thank you all for your leadership and for your strong support of the Fuel Network. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, and thank you, Jim.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ron Beals. 38 years ago, I moved to the Pocket area, found a property that was on a cul-de-sac that went to the river, specifically because the city's general plan said there's going to be a bike path right there that I could ride down to work. I sort of missed that window. My kids have moved away. They missed that window. My grandkids were over the afternoon. I wasn't able to take them up to the river, but I want to appreciate the leadership that Councilman Jennings has shown in the last couple of years, because I now have some hope that it'll really be done sometime in my grandkids' use. Thanks a lot. I urge a yes vote on the money for the Pocket Bikeway.
Tom? Following Tom will be Jordan Lang, and then the last speaker, Craig Powell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you very much. I'm speaking in favor of the funding for the Sacramento River Parkway, and I feel we've been working on this for at least 30 years. I'm getting old, beard's getting gray, and it feels like there's some momentum. The plans have been in place. Number of iterations on the Parkway plan, the Bikeway plan that have all included the trail along the Sacramento River. And I particularly want to thank Councilmember Jennings for your leadership and bringing new momentum to this great issue. Thank you very much.
Gordon?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jordan Lang, and tonight I'm representing the Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. Also, I've served on your Bicycle Advisory Committee since 2009. We strongly support your recommended priorities for increasing transportation opportunities in the 2017-18 budget. In particular, we applaud and appreciate the recommended investment of $2.3 million of Measure U funding for continuing efforts to complete the Sacramento River Parkway Bike and Pedestrian Trail. When completed, the Parkway Trail will provide a continuous bicycle-friendly route from the city's southern neighborhoods of Greenhaven, Delta Shores, and Meadowview to downtown the American River Parkway and beyond. Completing this trail will help the city achieve the goals of the Bicycle Master Plan to increase connectivity, safety, and ridership. The critical next step in completing the parkway is to obtain public access where currently prevented. We urge the city to invest this funding in purchasing easements where needed to open up public access. These easements will make possible completing a connected, safe, and comfortable trail from the city's southern margins to the rest of the city. Thank you. Also, I wanted to mention that we fully support the projects that Jennifer listed for the use of the mid-year funding opportunity. Thank you.
Craig Powell, President of the Land Park Volunteer Corps, batting cleanup tonight on this issue. I'm convinced that you guys aren't paid enough after spending 3 hours in the chambers. I never thought that before, but I think tonight has convinced me that you're due a pay raise. I'm here to talk about this proposal to spend $1 million of Measure U money for this idea of rehabbing the amphitheater. The Corps are the people who are the most intimately familiar with William Land Park. We're in our 8th season. We've had 65 park work days. We now have between 90 and 300 people who turn out for each of our monthly park work days. We have nearly 2,000 volunteers. We have a Corps action team. We're continually involved in the park. we probably know better than anybody what the infrastructure needs of this park really are. And it's not rehabbing the amphitheater. First of all, the amphitheater is located in the most congested street imaginable on the weekends. Probably the most congested street in the city on the weekends. Total gridlock. Absolutely no parking. One of the justifications offered for this renovation is to increase attendance. Well, that's kind of mindless when all it's going to do is exacerbate the worst problem we have, which is congestion in the heart of the park. The better priority, to do the best good in this park, is to use that $1 million to renovate and replace all the park restrooms. There's 5 of them. One of them is burned, as Rick alluded, and hasn't been repaired for close on 15 months. That $1 million will replace all of them, and those park rooms are a community and civic embarrassment. The president of City College mentioned, well, a community amenity will attract business. Well, nothing's going to scare business away more than a business person coming into the park for the first time and seeing what a disgrace it is the city has for itself with these park restrooms. We also need to replace the antiquated and outdated and leaky infrastructure or irrigation system that doesn't provide adequate irrigation for park plants, trees, and turf. Finally, we have to reforest the park. And we need a comprehensive plan. We need to fund that. These are the things that need to be done. These are the things that go through the rational budget process through the Department of Parks and Recreation, as opposed to this last-minute cram down without any public input, public outreach, feasibility study, financial study, or otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, that is the public testimony. Let's now hear from members of the City Council. We'll begin with Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to do 2 things if I can. I want to reflect a little bit and take, with your indulgence. I mean, Member Ashby and I have been here the longest, and I think if you want to hang on just a second before you turn that on. So I want to talk a little bit about this year and then talk a little bit about the process and moving forward. So we've been here 6 years, and this year I think has been wonderful when you step back for a minute and think about what we've been able to accomplish. And so just between tonight and a few things that we've done over the last few months, with leadership from every member on this dais. So if you think about the money we put into St. John's, $600,000 to house women and children. I know we're going to be talking about a potential aquatic center. I just wish you had done it when my kid was still diving, but we'll still take it. Today, I think it would be a great amenity. The housing project that Alan's working on, I think, will be a wonderful amenity for the Del Paso neighborhood. I think that's incredibly important. Fairy Tale Town and the amphitheater of what we're doing there. When you think about the $5 million we put aside for homeless programs and through the Whole Person Grant, will turn into $16 million worth of services plus the vouchers that we'll be able to do. Won't solve the problem, but at least it gives us a starting point to put people in housing with services. That's important. The work that we did around Sanctuary City and the legal network, I think, is incredibly important. Rick has been so involved in gang prevention, and I think that I feel really good about where we are and what the work that Khalid is doing. I don't know if he's still here someplace. There he is. I think we're really on the right track around an intervention program that's very focused on those who need it most. And I love the Parkway project. I think that's great, Rick, with your leadership and what we've done. And I look forward to being there when we cut the ribbon and being on the first ride down there. And then for me, kind of the overall emphasis that we're moving to on youth with the mayor's leadership and the work that we've done, I think is just huge. So I just hope that we can, at certain times as we do this work, and I think the gentleman left, but totally appreciate what he said. It's hard work sometimes, but if you think about the last 12 months and what we've been able to accomplish and where we've invested money, that we're no longer doing the cuts, but that we are trying to really tackle the hard problems and at the same time doing what the interim president of City College said, is building city amenities so that people will come here, so that jobs will come here. I spent the last 2 days in Seattle. I'll do my 12th 1, 2, 3, 4 report later, but we have 1,000 new people a week moving to Seattle. 1,000 people that they're trying to accommodate, and that there are jobs that cannot be filled. Amazon currently has 965 open jobs in Seattle alone. I mean, it's just an amazing story when you think about it. We don't want to be Seattle, but we want those types of jobs coming in. So I just wanted to take a second and say thank you to all of my colleagues for all the leadership that you all have provided in doing these things and moving the city forward. And I don't know that we tell that story often enough, but I think that when you look back at the process that we did around the budget, and I want to give our former mayor kudos about beginning that project and changing the process, we know that people are generally happy with the direction of the city. We see that from our polling, and we see that from when we do the focus groups and the outreach. So I wanted to take that second. So I do think overall the process has been a good one, and I think all of the projects that have come forward within this budget are worthwhile projects that are important to the communities that we all serve and fall in line generally with the priorities of the council. I'm looking forward to the retreat that we're going to have a week from Friday as a beginning point to really... The advance, I'm sorry. The advance that we'll be having a week from Friday. I missed that session. I'm sorry. I was on an airplane. But I'm looking forward to that because I think it's really important that we as a council nail down the very specific things that we want to accomplish over the next 12 months so that our budgeting really reflects those priorities as we represent our districts and we all represent the city. But I think we've hit the mark on all of the projects that are there, and I think they're all worthy projects. I do think, and Shirley, if you could put that up, and let me pass this out. So I've had a couple discussions with the mayor on this. I do think we need more information on a lot of the projects, and I don't want to slow down the process at all. So what I did was put together kind of a series of questions, and my hope is that what we can do, and I've talked to the city manager about this as well, is that as these projects come back for a final vote, that these questions can basically be answered within the budget process. So they're pretty straightforward. I think we can do better, and Mayor, I know you talked a little bit about timing of you coming in and us being a little late, but we're putting out dollars that I think we need more information on. Again, I think they're all really worthy projects. I think the economic development in districts that need it is incredibly important, but how we funnel those dollars, where they go, and what we're getting back. One thing I didn't put on there, which I should have, is can we replicate these projects in other places? So as we have success in one district, what does that look like so that we can replicate that in other districts? So that's my piece of this. I think, again, the budget process has been good. A little rushed. I'm looking forward to the advance so we can kind of nail down the priorities. But what I would hope is when this budget comes back to us for a final vote, these questions can be answered for each of the projects that are not necessarily the city-wide stuff as much like the bike trail, but when we're doing district-specific projects.
I think these are very good questions and reasonable. I think we've got 3 weeks, right, between now and the 13th of June. Let's go through the memo and let's provide a framework and answer to these questions. I think it's great.
That's what I got, and I'm happy to move the budget.
Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Let's turn it over to Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If there wasn't a second, I'll go ahead and second that. The motion. Good third there. Well, first I want to say that being probably the newest one on the council, after the most tenured here on the council, that I've 2 weeks tenured, beat us here by 2 weeks.
I think I'm the newest, actually.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you are the newest guy in the council. You get old credit. That's right. Came back from sabbatical. Let's put it that way. That's right. Took a 15-year vacation here. One, I want to say that these council priorities, if we move them forward, will help us put together both a prudent budget, but also a values-based budget. And, you know, I'll start off on the piece of the CalPERS savings that we're doing. And I wanted to save my comments from earlier for this because I remember being the chief of staff to the author of PEPRA. And At that time, President Pro Temp Steinberg there was on the Senate side, and I remember how difficult those conversations were. So part of what makes, I think, this budget and the conversation of how we deal with the pension obligations is that an outcome came about because we had conversations. We had good communication. So both on the difficult questions on how do we plan and save for the future, it has to be with that constant communication of both our retirees, our employees, and the impacts it has on all our other services. And I think this process allows us to do that. On the process side, we had our first town hall meeting at George Sims Community Center. So to the comments that the bourgeoisie were the only folks who gave input, we went out to a very diverse community throughout the entire city to make sure that there was public input from not only constituents but also employees to make sure that they had their components and their responses on what was important and a priority. And youth. And we had youth involved in this as well. So I think this, and the more we do this, the more we hone down our outreach effort and make this budget have a stronger ownership. I think that's going to help us in the long run. On the values-based piece, I think Councilmember Chenier hit a lot of these. We're funding youth, the youth program with the 1,000 Strong, the gang prevention, and both our council districts and Councilmember Alan Warren have had recent shootings where there were kids. These were kids involved in these accidents. So we need to do a better piece, and this starts on that piece. We're also making a huge effort here on some one-time funding for pedestrian safety. We've had cyclist fatalities, and I think one of our own staffers just took a spill from some a cycling and pedestrian fatality here recently. Not fatality, but an accident. And so I think that's a huge piece, that with one-time money, we're trying to make some targeted investments in areas where we can make some clear safety. A piece here that's citywide, I think the funding on the illegal dumping, it's not sexy, it's not an issue but it's a critical issue for communities and valuing their neighborhoods and making sure that we maintain that level sense of community. And then, the final piece on the safe haven, issue, I think both in combination with our platform, with our resolution, and I think we heard from Mr. Cespedes, this was a communal effort to make sure that we were at the strongest stage, and a big recognition to Jim Sanchez, our city attorney, which now even the recent opinion is that our resolution now is even stronger to protect our city funds, to protect us from these veiled threats from the federal government. So that is a prudent piece that we're doing also to protect our resources. At the same time, protecting all our residents to make sure that all our workers, regardless of their legal status, are protected. So again, these council priorities moving forward, I agree with these questions and making sure that we hone down to make sure that what we spend our money on, we have metrics, goals, and do they fit our council priorities. But overall, all of these pieces here lead to both a prudent budget, but a value budget of our city. And with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this process. I know it was abbreviated for you because you got here at the start of the year, and it's not the process you wanted to conduct, but I think it's been a very effective one, starting with those community forums and giving the community a chance to weigh in and to understand the constraints that we operate on as a city. I think was very enlightening to the community, and I think their concerns and comments have been reflected not only in the city manager's budget, but in the council priorities. As you stated, this is not the entire city budget. The city manager has come forward with a budget that represents, in his eyes, how he thinks he can best satisfy the concerns of the citizens as well as make Sacramento a great city. These are council member priorities and mayor's priorities, and it's entirely fitting and proper that we do this because the council members are right there on the ground in their communities, and they see needs that perhaps the city manager or the utilities department or other departments don't see. For example, Councilmember Warren came to us a few months ago with an intersection that was very dangerous in this community. And he explained that situation to us, and we voted to fund that intersection out of cycle because it was a dangerous situation that he knew was happening in his community. In the city manager's budget, there are things that we have passed policies on. For example, body cameras for our police officers and non-lethal weapons. Those are all in the city manager's budget. I'd like to thank Jay for formulating these questions. I think they're all are good questions. Some of the people that come before us, we know, and perhaps we don't ask these questions, like St. John's Children's Home or B Street Theater, because people don't know them that well. But there are other nonprofits who are operating in our city who are just as effective as B Street, just as effective as St. John's, that we don't know. But I still think it's fitting and proper that we ferret this out before we allocate the funds to them. There is money here for each council district to invest in youth programs. And part of what I would do with that $50,000 is to address some of the concerns in Cedar Ridge that came up tonight. That community needs to be organized so that they have a way to talk to the building owners and management about the condition of their buildings, as well as provide youth services there. But they still need to answer these questions. Some of the money will be used in Providence Place, which is the epicenter for infant mortality. That community is starting to get organized, but we still need to answer these questions for them. So I'm happy to do that. I know some of the money for Roberts Family Development is going to be used for building rehab and for providing more robust programs for the kids in that area. And they operate in District 8 as well, and to provide transportation services. But they still should be able to answer these questions to satisfy our concerns. A lot of the priorities that are citywide have a direct impact on District 8. The money for the bike lane is going to cover a portion of Meadowview Road where vehicles travel at 55 miles an hour and there is no sidewalk and the kids are walking in the street. And we can use it as a bike lane, but it's also going to improve school safety. The litter abatement money, the Richmond model for gang intervention task force, all of these things and many of the things that other council members have cited impact all of our districts. So I think the budget is reflective of what I have heard from my community, the things that are needed. I know that any of us could pick through anybody's budget and take things out and put other things in, but I think this is a good place that we have landed. And I again congratulate the mayor for his leadership in developing a process that's sane, that's rational, that's transparent.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Carr. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take an opportunity to really say thank you to you and the council for really you for your leadership on continuing a process that we thought was working, and the council for supporting it. But really, Mr. Mayor, to you for taking the time to come to our districts, spend time with each of us, hear our constituents. You came to District 2. You and I think, had a fun morning. We spent 2 or 3 hours, and we talked about things, some of which were ideas and concepts that you very quickly grasped, and I was very pleased that you have supported one of the concepts that we wanted to initiate in District 2, which was this community investment fund to really invest in dilapidated properties, underused buildings, problem properties, that people in the community could really have a tool to then redevelop some of these properties and turn them into true assets as well as job places for people to work. And I think that this is going to be a very exciting announcement when we have an opportunity to roll this out in District 2. I hope you'll come out with me.
Sure will.
We're going to establish an economic mini-summit in District 2 and talk about some of the priorities that we think will be building blocks for our community to continue to develop. And so I really want to thank you for that. In addition to that, we've heard a number of people talk about the roles that bikes can play in the city. And I had a vision, and I had mentioned it to your staff and to you, about creating a bike park in District 2 in one of our beautiful parks, but it's really underutilized at the north end of the district, and it's right off the bike trail. And we're gonna look to create a destination location for bikes in District 2, places where they can stop, do certain things in the district, and so it's yet to be designed, but now we have tools that we can work on it and produce something that I think this city will be proud of. And then last couple of things, the item that Larry mentioned, actually a couple of things Larry mentioned. One was the resources for youth. I think all of us realize investing in our youth is money well spent. And so we have some additional resources to do that. But in addition, Larry kind of led a charge to help get money to one of our more prominent nonprofits in our district that's doing good work, the Roberts Family Development Center, supported by the mayor and led, Larry, by you, and obviously with my support. And Durrell's doing work, and Roberts Family is doing work throughout the city. And so I was very pleased that we found the resources to help support a worthy organization. And so I will say that this being our first budget together, I'm happy, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Let's remember this moment. Councilmember Hanson, thank you very much, Alan.
Always a tough act to follow, D2. Always a tough act. I'll just start with some general comments first. Just echoing some of the things people said. I think the art of doing a budget is hard because of the balancing of priorities. And you know, I really appreciate Councilmember Chenier's questions, because I think they're sort of the big picture questions we should always be asking ourselves. But I always also appreciate that we've consistently tried to respond to public concerns, not just in the general budget, overall enterprise funds and general fund, that $1 billion, but in trying to accomplish things that have been long on lists, whether it's the bike trail through the pocket, some of the projects that Jennifer Donlin-Wyant talked about, or just some of the community things that I think Mr. Guerra, Mr. Warren, and others have referenced. I think that fitting and proper is a smart way to put it, but we can walk and chew gum. You know, I think that a lot of people see one expenditure and they think it's the exclusion of other things, but we are on multiple fronts moving the city forward, and I think that's reflective of the maturation, the evolution, but also the unique place we find ourselves in as a city, because we are experiencing economic growth and we do have headwinds into the future. So these strategic investments that have been put forward, Mr. Mayor, thanks to your leadership, not only through the council and mayor priorities, but also through what the city manager has done with his staff, I think reflect us trying to double down on our opportunity while mitigating risk. And I have to say, when I saw the $5 million pay down of potential PERS obligations, that was one of the smartest things that I think we could be doing. That's not exclusive of other things, but I think it was a really smart move, especially as we heard earlier today about the headwinds we're going to face. So Councilmember Chenier, I think you helped with that, and Ms. Ashby or Mr. Harris, can't remember, but thank you for thinking of that, because that wasn't something that I'd heard of before. Now, because we did have some people here who had concerns about the amphitheater, I thought I should just quickly touch on that. This started over 5 years ago. The facility shows a tremendous amount of neglect, but I think President Yamamura and Pam Haynes, along with others, talked about the value of community facilities, the value of art in our community. And William Land Park, I learned during my campaign, you can't do a thing there without generating people on both sides who care deeply about it. And I think that our investment in the park isn't exclusive to the theater or the amphitheater. We are doing tremendous other things, and I have to thank our park staff because whether it's the Land Park Community Association or the Volunteer Corps, we have great partners out there, and they've helped advance some of these issues. We are replacing the burnt-out restroom. We did that at mid-year. We found some one-time funds in part of a parks allocation that went to all the districts and some insurance money to complete that. We're spending $700,000 to redo one of the ponds, one of the 3. We have trail restoration going on in the park. We have money in this very budget for an arborist to work in William Land Park and $360,000 to do tree replacement. Plus, I've been working with a private company to put another $75,000 in that we haven't announced yet into tree replacement. And it's too bad Craig and the other Land Park Volunteer Corps people left to not hear all the other things we're doing. But I would also ask Mr. City Manager, because we did put aside some William Land Park Trust funds generated by Funderland and some of the other fees charged there for the amphitheater, that we release that $100,000 we set aside. And in collaboration with the Parks Department, we work with the Volunteer Corps and LPCA to strategically redeploy those things into irrigation or restroom or whatever it may be. We're not just doing one thing. We're doing everything we can all the time to maintain and grow and protect these resources. The last thing I'd say is it kind of went a little understated, but the opportunity to use the building trades labor from the Northern California Construction Consortium, that $40,000 is helpful. Supervisor Kennedy has been working with others to create a foundation that he's committed to investing some money in to help this project. This will truly be a community project, and we're just at the preliminary phase. There's renderings, there's ideas, but we're going to work with the community to make sure that this is the best project possible, just like on anything else. But the fact that this council, on a variety of fronts, is willing to invest in projects all over the city, I think means that we're in a really special time in Sacramento, and I'm really proud to support this budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hanson. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to sort of comment on 3 particular areas. One is on the process of the budget, one is on the projects, and last on the budget itself, because we really haven't talked about that. So the process overall is pretty sound. This year it got out of order, largely because of your election, as you mentioned at the outset. So what happened is our budget priorities, our council priorities, lagged behind the building of the manager's budget, and you've committed to making sure that we get that right in the future. I'd like to just add that there are perhaps a couple of ways we could improve the process further. So in that regard, when council members give to you their district priorities, that those priorities can be shared and talked about, so that we can sort of build a priority list. Many of these
But earlier we can do that.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So that's my suggestion for the process piece. And, just tighten it up and make it more functional next year.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be a better process. On the projects, these are all fantastic projects, every one of them. And for every project that is in the priority list, there are 20 more that are just as important citywide that we'll have to address in the future. I did want to inject a little reality into a couple of things, like on the bike trail. I was chair of the Parks Commission some years back, and we were talking about the Sacramento River Bike Trail for as many years as I can remember. This is a fantastic project. So is the Two Rivers Bike Trail. The point is to create continuity all the way from Folsom to Freeport. And we will get there, but understand that this $2.3 million is going to buy easements. It's not going to build you a bike trail. And there's another step, an intermediary step. So we acquire the easements, then SAFCA comes in and repairs those levees so that when we put a bike trail on top of it, it'll be safe and not be flood prone. So there's a ways before that bike trail gets built. I just want you all to be aware of that, but this is an essential first step, because without those easements, that bike trail will never get built. And this was really the hitch in the program for all these years was getting access, so that we didn't have those obstructions across the levee. On the Two Rivers Bike Trail, which I think is easily as essential as the Sacramento River Bike Trail, and eventually will connect to it, I see that in the budget priorities, that's been put off for funding for a year, but at least you gave it a nod. There's many ways to fund all of these projects, and so on the Two Rivers Bike Trail, we still have environmental to clear before we're ready to build. We'll be paving a little piece of it this year. So all of these things move forward. I really like the gang prevention piece. I think that it's essential. Jay, I want to thank you for these questions. They're exactly where I was going with this, and you saved me a lot of work. But you're a smart guy, and these are very valuable questions. So I appreciate your work on that.
One day I'll send you the first draft.
There you go. But I do have a couple questions about the budget. So what we haven't discussed is the manager's budget, which was proposed, which was a very fiscally prudent budget. And it's important to note that when Howard Chan created the budget that he proposed to us, and like I said, we got a little out of order because our priorities, he was not able to roll those into his budget. Howard had to leave about $27 million of asks from our department heads on the table, and he accepted about $9 million of those asks, but felt that moving forward, looking at all the red ink and the deficit that's projected in our budget, that instead of funding all those things at this juncture, he felt it was more prudent to tell a lot of people no on a lot of projects. And then now we've imposed a lot of spending on top of that. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the future. The reality is we've had almost 96 months of expansion. The longest period in history of economic expansion is 120 months. If we match that, that's only a year out. There's going to be an economic downturn at some point. We have PERS obligations. We're not sure what they are. We've used a middle-of-the-road assumption. It could come in higher, it could come in lower. We don't know what kind of revenues marijuana will bring into the city. So there's a lot of unknowns about what the budget will actually be, but when you create a budget, you make projections. One thing we haven't done is looked at what the overlay of this spending would do to the manager's budget. So, John, that's my question to you. Have you prepared a chart when you overlay the spending and the budget priorities as proposed by the mayor, what that does to basically this table, created by Laney and the city manager and Don?
We can provide you an update of what that number looks like. Just one note I would like to make is that the spending that we have in this budget memo is all one time, so it won't
Agreed.
affect
It
in the
doesn't
out
carry
years,
through, but it certainly
we
affects
will-
the fund balance in the first year out, and that carries through every succeeding year. So the less money we have in fund balance for next year, it obviously increases the red ink in outlying years.
Yes, and the risk, yes.
So, you have to be prudent about this. Laney, do you happen to have a graphic with you that shows any of this? Did you prepare anything? Would you mind showing it? I think it's certainly worth a look, because we're talking about the budget here. While you're doing that, I'd also like to say, a couple of other uncertainties are the fact that we have to renew Measure U, and that's a vote by the voters, and it's going to be essential to our budget moving forward. Should it not pass, we're going to be in a big hiccup. Also, I'd like to point out that our economic uncertainty reserve, we reached 10%. Our adopted goal is 17%. To reach that fiscal prudent economic uncertainty reserve balance would require another $35 million. So, my council colleagues know that I'm pretty fiscally conservative, and I'm kind of the outlier here. I think ultimately these are great priorities, and I'm not going to cast a protest vote by any means, because these are all projects that need to get done. But we have to be realistic about what it means. So, Laney, can you just walk through that?
Sure. The first chart is what was included with the proposed budget. That's the top. And then the second chart takes the addition of the council priorities, the 12.5, which is, I think we all agree, is the right total. And then we layered in because we published the 10-day notice and then we deferred the hearing that would have been tonight to the 30th, the convention center complex advance, which is 3.8 million, into that. So then you get your ending fund balance of 4.1 million. And then instead of rolling 20 million through the outlying years, you're rolling that 4.1 million in. So that's how it affects the fund balance. So at the end of 19, all things remaining the same and using the available one-time money, we would have $147,000 left. And then that would roll through, and instead of being at a positive 5.3 million in fiscal year 20 and the above, we'd be at a negative 10.9.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So it's a point of conversation. Things could go very well for us in the future. The PERS commitment could come in lower than we've assumed. We might not have an economic downturn for a couple of years out, and we might get a lot of great revenue from our work on regulating marijuana. So, you know, the point is that there's uncertainty. You know, I'm in favor of adopting these priorities, but, you know, it could come to the point where we get into red ink 2 years out, and we might not be able to complete some of these projects, or we might have to be in the position of cutting again. I think it's very important for our constituents to understand that things don't look real rosy right now in the out years, and we have to keep that in mind. It doesn't mean that we stop growing the city and that we don't work really hard for economic development, because we do need to grow our city, and we do need to bring new jobs and new income. We need affordable housing units. We need to get to a lot of places. But I just wanted to inject a little bit more budget discussion into this evening, because we really haven't been talking about the budget that much.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on here. I appreciate you presenting. Your comments are right on, Councilmember Harris, and I appreciate the presentation of a chart at the last minute here that we haven't seen, but there's something not quite right here. These are one-time expenditures in 16-17. We've got a surplus, a significant surplus. In fact, $30 million began this year. I think if we held all of that in reserve, frankly, and did invest in some of these community priorities, I think the community could be upset with us as well. But it doesn't make sense to me how you go from a fund balance of $5 million, ending fund balance of $5 million to an $11 million deficit when you're only spending that surplus money one time.
Sure, let me try and explain that. And first I want to clarify, the convention center dollars will come back when we issue the debt. And so
is that reflected in here?
No, that we can't.
That's $4 million. I mean, you know.
Sure.
Come on. This makes an impression here, and I think it's important that, you know, we don't just present something here that shows nearly a $4 million deficit when in fact that's going to get paid back.
Sure, that is one-time money that will come back into the fund. When we spend the 12.5 and we take out the 9 million from the 29 that was available, it leaves us with about $8 million, absent the expenditure on the convention center fund.
Right.
When that 8 million versus the 20 million that's on top, okay, your beginning fund balance is 12 million less, so every number is reduced by $12 million in the go forward. Yes, Jay? Please. That also includes the 5 million from PERS that we're putting aside, because it's no longer available in fund balance. It has been committed. The 12.5 includes that amount.
Right, so we're increasing a reserve by $5 million.
Exactly. We'll be recommending a commitment of fund balance for future pension costs.
Right.
Okay.
And so that comes out of fund balance.
So, Mayor, I didn't want to
misleading.
I didn't want to stir up a hornet's nest.
No, you can't.
What I wanted to do
right.
here is show that even one-time spending affects what happens in outlying years, and of course it does. Again, I think these are good projects and good priorities, but you know, it's important to give the whole story. So
That being said, I'll conclude my comments and we can move along.
Good deal. Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. I was going to start my comments with something that Councilmember Warren said. I think I heard him say, "I'm happy." Is that right, Councilmember Warren?
2 hours ago, we were happy.
But no, I think, I just kind of want to build on that point, because I think we all are happy, and I think we're working well together. And that's the one thing that I feel in the budgets that we've done, I feel like this budget, we are really working well together. And who started that this year was the mayor, because we started looking at budget priorities very early in the process. And I don't know that
That's it.
that we realized that all of us gave budget priorities to the mayor very early in the process, even before we started going out to the public and doing the public comments, the forums that we did out there, and allowing the public to participate in the budget process. And those went exceptionally well. I mean, I thought, from the standpoint of participation from the public and getting involved, and the fact that we listened to the community, and not only did we do the budget forums, but the polls, and now we're having this conversation. And even on top of that, we have between now and June the 13th to continue to listen to the public. And I think the public has said here all night long tonight, they appreciate how much they've been involved in the process, and the fact that we listened to them, and it showed up in the budget priorities that we presented tonight. So that's leadership from our mayor, and I just want to thank him from that. The council advance will be an opportunity for us to even have more discussion to that. And so I want to thank the community for showing up tonight and still being here tonight this late in the whole process. I want to thank especially those from District 7 who've been waiting since 1975 for the Parkway Plan of 1975. So when you start talking about the time it's going to take to actually build a parkway, they've been waiting for 37 years? 42 years. 42 years. They've been waiting 42 years for this process. Is the guy with the gray beard still here?
Yeah, barely.
Barely.
Higgins.
Is the guy whose kids and his grandkids still haven't been able to enjoy the ride of the Parkway just to come downtown, not even talking about going to Folsom. But, I appreciate your support. I appreciate all the acknowledgments of the work I've done, but what I've done is I've listened to the public, and I've heard the public, and I've heard what the public says they want on the Sacramento River Parkway. And so I appreciate you for being here tonight, for wearing your green bandanas. I want mine too, by the way. And I appreciate you for coming out and showing up and showing out, because it's important to us. Council members, I mentioned how well I feel like we're working together. And we've shown in our budget priorities our commitment to homelessness, our commitment to youth, the importance of safety, the Safe Haven Project. I appreciate the council members who have taken leadership positions and gone above and beyond, and these are citywide issues, not just district-wide issues. And I appreciate that leadership. It lets me know that we're willing to do something that goes beyond just the district, but the things that are important to the city. The arts. Richard talked about the arts and bringing it back and how important that is. And he's right. I mean, the city that has a great art program is a great city. And so we've reflected that in our budget. And so whether it's safety, our commitment to youth, which Councilmember Chenier has led and been a great leader in youth development, homelessness, our ability to work together and bring those things that are most important didn't just come from us being council members. It came from the public and us listening to the public and what was important to the public. So I've been very impressed with the budget process that we have put in place this year. I'm very impressed with where we are tonight as far as our budget priorities, and just the fact that we listened to the public, we heard the public, and you've now seen that in the priorities, I think is a reflection of us working well together. The whole thing with the gang prevention and intervention task force, that was something that was very personal to me. It was work I started when I first got elected. I've got great leadership in the room with Mr. Khalid, and we now feel like we have a program in place that will be able to deal with the two issues of gun violence and homicides that we have not dealt with. And the 1%ers who we have never dealt with, and they've never been given the chance to be able to change that lifestyle. So I'm interested in the study of heard but not judged, and studying that study and understanding it a little bit more. But I'm most interested in us putting that program in place in Sacramento that has worked so well in other cities, and us being able to see the impact of that program. And then I can go and answer all these questions that Councilmember Chenier has put in front of us, so that when we answer those questions, we know that we have spent our money wisely and done so in a way that made a positive impact to the city of Sacramento, which we love so much. So Mayor, good job.
Thank you.
Council members, great job. And to the public, thank you for letting your voice be heard. And I want you to know that we heard you, and we will listen every single time that you speak.
Very good. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a few thoughts on this. First of all, the community engagement piece, which the previous mayor started but didn't quite finish, I feel you did finish and really gave us a good process moving forward that the city should adopt no matter what when we're all gone. That's something that should continue. I was particularly proud to bring you out to District 1. They showed up in force and gave us both a run for our money. We were both sweating by the end. It was a little over 300 people there. And I'm grateful because many of their thoughts are reflected in the values that this council brought forward. I'll tell you, Councilmember Carr, not surprising that you picked up on the youth engagement piece. That's a piece I asked for, and you and I are often on the same page on these kinds of things. This is exactly why. Several of you have asked me over the years about the youth action corps that I have in District 1, and when the mayor came on, one of the things he said to me was, what's the difference? How do you have that? And I told him it's really easy. It's just money. There's money in District 1 that the other council districts don't have, and he wanted to give everybody an opportunity to replicate that or do something else similar with youth that makes sense in your own districts. So I think that's a really important piece moving forward. It's also, worth noting that on all of these items, I know I've been through enough budgets with all of you, but some of you I know so well in this process, like Jay and Jeff, that I know this is, they're both so fiscally prudent. This is a tough one, but I appreciate what you're bringing to the process and supporting it at the same time, because I think you'll make it better in the long run by adding, levels of accountability and encouraging people to look at a process that that has a more vetting on the front end, as Councilmember Harris has suggested. I think that will help in the future years in adding this, moving it back in time, having the community engagement, but then vetting longer amongst ourselves will help draw down some of these items. But it is worth noting and an important distinction to point out that part of the fiscal prudence or responsibility here has to do with the fact that these are one-time funds. In all due respect to the finance department that brought forward the chart that we haven't seen before, one-time funds don't affect ongoing budgets unless you continue to roll them over and never spend them, which draws questions in and of itself, as the mayor has pointed out, and Councilmember Hansen aptly stated, that we have a long list of things that have waited in this city, and we're scratching the surface of it with these items this time. I think we're all trying to identify things we think we could afford that have waited way too long, or really need to get done, or aren't receiving some other funding. So to some people who mentioned, for example, homelessness, we think we're gonna be able to draw down this other group of funding, so we're hoping to use that. We can do all these things at once, and I think that it's an important distinction to note the fiscal responsibility that's happening with limiting ourselves to one-time expenditures and half of the funding available, which allows us the opportunity to move forward and have important conversations that we need to have with employee groups and on other city issues and city department heads as City Manager Howard Chan addresses the needs of the departments, make sure the city can move forward. The 2 million placeholder for economic development, which we talked about earlier in the afternoon session, is critical because that's catalytic money. That's money that the mayor and the city manager intend to use to really draw down our economic development department. We all know we need to do that. It will provide us opportunities to grow our base and the general fund, and it is really the seed money that I see in all of this. Mayor, I think that you deserve credit for bringing forward a balanced approach, but more importantly, a responsible approach, allowing us each an opportunity to weigh in on the things that weigh heavy on our hearts from constituent calls, whether that is a citywide addition to the impact team, or a bike trail, or youth programming, or having a swimming pool open, or an amphitheater that needs to be addressed. These are the things that make our phones ring and our inboxes full. And really, before this date, it would have been very difficult in our former processes for us to address these issues. So I think you have provided a new kind of opportunity here under your leadership, and I appreciate it. I think it is meaningful. This is clearly not everything we need to do, but as Councilmember Hanson aptly stated, it begins to check some items off of a list that have waited a long, long time. And I was laughing at you, Rick, because I was born in 1975, so that's a long time to wait. I mean, I have a 22-year-old son. That's a long time to wait for a bike path. And so even if this is a first phase or second phase or whatever in terms of easements and then allowing us to get to the next phase and the next phase, it's important to take those steps. So I'm proud to be a part of it tonight. Thank you, Mayor, and my colleagues for being prudent in your requests and thoughtful of what helps everyone in the city. All boats rise in a high tide, and I think we're doing a good job to rise the tide for the city of Sacramento.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Just a last brief comment. To all of you, thank you for a very collaborative process. Thank you to the city manager and your team. Thank you to my staff, John, our IBA, and Scott White especially, done a great, great job. So this is my first city budget, at least since I returned, and I can't help but think back to February the 21st, 2009, 6 a.m., which was when the state Senate passed a budget after 42 straight hours of session that began resolving the nearly $60 billion state budget deficit. This is a lot more fun. This is a lot better, I must say. It's great to be able to serve during better times, but you have to find the balance because Jeff is right. Good times never do last, and you have to take a prudent and balanced approach. I want to go back to three themes always as mayor of your city. And there are many things in between, but we need to blow the roof off of this economy around technology, innovation, arts, culture, food, destination Sacramento. 2, this needs to be a city for and about youth. And 3, we must make homelessness dramatically better. And this budget, I think, reflects the beginnings of our focus on all of those fronts. But I want to end my comments by telling you what we are planning at the City Council over the next 2 weeks. For next week, on the 30th of May, we are going to bring forward, Councilmember Hanson and I, been leading the charge here on the convention center question and the convention center expansion. And I hope that the public and my colleagues are going to be very excited about what we recommend. Not only around the convention center, but around the creation of a Destination Sacramento fund that is going to allow us to dream and think about what else we want to do next. On June the 2nd, we're going to have this council advance, which is going to be our opportunity to further refine these priorities, and I hope really focus on this economic growth and economic development question. And then third, on the 6th of June, we are going to return to the issue of homelessness, but not with just what do we do next. hopefully reporting to you that we will have gained a $16 million a year grant for 4 years, the whole person care grant, together with the $5 million that we've already set aside as a city as part of this budget, to be able to make dramatic improvement in this unacceptable social condition. So let's always remember what we are driving towards and what we want to achieve, and many things in between. Public safety, of course, and Howard Chan is ably leading on the hiring of a police chief. But this budget, I think, allows us to think forward and at the same time maintain a rightful insistence on fiscal balance. So good. We've got a motion and a second. And should we call the roll out loud, or all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 9-0. Thank you very, very much. We'll approve the final budget on the 13th of June. Thank you, everybody. Great work. We got one more item, and that is Councilmember Ashby's item. I don't know if you're presenting or...
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Parks Department.
Okay, so this is the proposed North Natomas Community and Aquatic Complex.
It was great. Still was great.
Mayor, are you okay if I start this item? Okay, so first of all, I want to thank, there's a few members of the community that are here and have been here all night too, and I know they're going to speak, and I'm really, just right off the bat, want to thank them for sitting through a fairly long council meeting. But this is a really important item, and one that I've been working on with members of the city team and the community, and I mean the whole city, for probably about 4 years. And this is a super exciting night for me, maybe one of my favorites as a council member, because this is a really hard project to figure out. It's big, it's audacious, it is place-making, and it is all about the whole city. So don't let the North Natomas in the title fool you. This is about you too. And I really want it to be. This is phase one. It's a $24 million first phase project, but I think that you guys will like it. We have a couple of presentations. I handed out, they're looking at a presentation. I just gave them Brian's presentation. So Chris, if you would introduce the item and then introduce Brian. And I know people are tired, so be succinct, but make sure you get the points across. I think it's important. Thank you.
I don't know how I follow an introduction like that. Chris Conlon, your Parks and Recreation Director, and I'm here to introduce the brief that you'll be receiving here in a second. Back in April of 2014, the council passed a resolution authorizing the city manager to establish a multi-year operation project for the North Natomas Aquatic Community Center Complex Feasibility Study Project. That study project is at a level where you can get briefed. The hard copy of the final draft should be in your hands in about 2 weeks on the 2nd. In time for your advance. But for right now, you get a PowerPoint brief, and it'll be discussed by representatives of BCA Architects. And I'd like to introduce the briefer, Brian Whitmore, who's been our primary architect on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Brian Whitmore. I'm an architect and president with BCA Architects. I'm also joined here tonight by Dennis Berkshire, who I would argue is one of the best aquatic designers in the western United States with Aquatic Design Group. Here tonight to give you, as Mr. Conlon had mentioned, a brief on the North Natomas Community Center and Aquatic Complex. But before I do, I want to thank, first of all, the members of our Parks and Recreation staff. Did a tremendous job of helping us answer a lot of the questions that we had through the process of the feasibility study. Furthermore, I want to acknowledge Councilwoman Ashby and her leadership for this project, really driving in a hands-on sort of way the design concepts that you're going to see here tonight. And I also want to thank you for starting the meeting at 5 o'clock, because I can tell you I work a lot better at 9:30 than I do at 10:30, so thank you very much. So let's get started. Tonight's agenda, we're going to take you through the project team. We'll talk to you a little bit about the history of the feasibility study, the project research that we conducted, the project design, which was really meant to be conceptual in nature, so I don't want you to get hung up on the design here tonight. It's subject to change. The estimated construction costs, our estimated operating costs and revenue, that is what we conveniently refer to as cost recovery, the potential revenue sources, the feasibility study recommendations, and we'll give you a chance to answer any questions you might have. The team was made up of several constituents. BCA Architects is the lead designer. Aquatic Design Group, which Mr. Berkshire represents here tonight. I also want to mention Shelato Training and Consulting. They were really instrumental in the operations and revenue estimation. Mike Shelato was the former city manager and Parks and Recreation director for the city of Roseville, and implemented a pool and aquatics facility of this size, but also is in his consulting role looking at operations and revenue on a grand scale for many cities, just like here in the city of Sacramento. New Economics and Advisory was our economic impact analysis group. They really helped us look at some of the potential revenue sources at a very broad level. And then TBD Consultants was our professional cost estimation team as it related to the capital outlay costs. As Councilwoman Ashby mentioned, this has been a multi-year ongoing process. We were hired, our team, in May of 2014. And we began the feasibility study process. For the first year, we really conducted a lot of the research, a lot of the underpinnings, what we understood the community needed, not just for District 1, but for the city of Sacramento and this region itself. We met with many key partners, Natomas Unified School District, Los Rios Community College District, Chamber of Commerce, many local developers, key partners that we understood would be both financial partners in this project, but also key revenue partners in this project moving forward. We worked through conceptual design evolutions in 2015 and cost estimations, several different design iterations, and then the final concept really in this last 6 months to 7 months or so, as well as the economic impact analysis, and here we are tonight to present that. As you can imagine, we had very I'll say, valleys and mountains to overcome through this process. There were lulls during the process, so this wasn't certainly an ongoing process day after day. One of the things you may be aware of was what happened to us about a year and a half ago, and that was we were in a severe drought. And we talked about whether or not we should take the idea of an aquatics complex to City Council during a drought year. Of course, Mother Nature found her way onto our team, and here we are tonight to talk more about what the impact of something like this might mean for this region. I want to take you back to 2010. This is the what was called the draft program use bubble diagram that was issued by the city for the regional park in North Natomas, the area that is at the confluence there of Del Paso Boulevard, Natomas Boulevard, just north of the arena. Intercom High School is sort of in the large white area there where the graphic scale is, and everything north of that is largely open, but has denominations, at least dating back to 2010, about the types of uses that would occur here. In particular, item 16 was the aquatic center, and item 21 serving as the town center or community center at that time. And what we looked at was a combination of combining those two uses into one location in a little bit separate area here, primarily because we wanted this facility to be the hub of the future regional park and really connect very well both with Intercom High School, the Los Rios Community College District Satellite Center, and also the library that's there on what's called Library Street in this version, just below New Market Drive. So while we looked at several locations ultimately for the placement of this facility. We began actually with the area there that you see kind of the tail of the red area. The red demarcates the area that's owned by the city. And we looked at initially that area that you can see Los Rios and also Intercom High School there as sort of the buildings in the center. But right across on via Ingaglia Drive there, that parcel is being kind of the first location, primary location for the proposed North Natomas Community Center and Aquatics Complex. What became clear after a while was that we recognized that that area actually serves a number of purposes. Number one, it's probably the more ideal location for parking needs for this regional area. There's going to be some additional parking needs that are going to be housed by both Intercom High School, Los Rios, and so there's some opportunities potentially for surplus sale. We also see that land as being very valuable potentially to a future developer looking at kind of the town center drive and the access to Del Paso Boulevard, particularly the frontage. So there's some options that are available to the city as it relates to that land. But north of New Market Drive is really everything that we see as being dedicated to the park's facilities. As you can see, as the park exists now, there's not a lot that's been developed with the exception of the parking and sort of the ball fields there in the center and other trails that exist. But eventually, if you can imagine that entire area being built out, this area in red here that we've identified really being the hub again for the center of that community, or at least the regional park, the community center, and the aquatics programs itself at the corner of New Market Drive and via Ingaglia Drive. This is just an example of one of the studies that we conducted during the feasibility research phase regarding similar facilities locally. And so this was a comparison of the Clooney Pool, the Pinnell Meadowview Pool, and then our North Natomas Aquatics Complex location. And we studied everything from median age, household income, population density, really anything we could that would give us information about what are the kinds of amenities that we ought to see here, that would drive people, as was mentioned here earlier tonight in City Council presentation, to make this more of a destination location, this regional park. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dennis for a moment to kind of add to that as some of the research that he conducted as it relates to pool facilities in particular.
Thank you. Good evening. You know, as we started this study, one of the things that comes out immediately is why are we standing here talking about an aquatic center and not a public swimming pool? Well, we've seen what's changed in the industry, and a lot of what you talked about this evening falls right in line with things we've been talking about for several years. And that is that when we take a look at the National Recreation and Park Association, they talk about the 3 pillars of quality of life for communities, being conservation, health and wellness, and social equity. When we take a look at those pillars, the types of amenities or programs that can support that, aquatics are in the top 9 of those amenities that communities can have. Through the National Recreation and Park Association, we found the studies show that the median average population per pool for a community is just about 35,000 people per pool facility or aquatics facility. Now, Sacramento operates an estimated 17 aquatic centers, but these are what we call the old neighborhood pools. The majority of these are unheated, operate for limited times during the summer. And with these, we know that from an economic standpoint, a rectilineal pool, such as you guys operate at many of these facilities, on average operates at about a 50% annual operating cost recovery. What we need to look at today, though, is facilities that become destination facilities. And we've heard that term bantered around this evening, even on some of your other projects and issues. What we do know is that the National Sporting Goods reports that a community of the size of Sacramento can expect a little over 15% of the population to participate in aquatics. Now, if we take a look at what percentage of those people are the swim team, the water polo team, the other organized groups, we know those are going to represent much less than 1% of the population. So when we talk about an aquatic center, we're now talking about a facility that can support that other almost 15% of the population that would participate in municipal swimming. So the U.S. Surgeon General tells us that one of the things we're fighting as communities throughout the United States is both heart disease and obesity. You are addressing that with your bike paths and your hiking trails that you are looking to develop here within the community. What we know is that by the way communities have been built across the United States, that they really don't support the idea of walking, of hiking, of bicycling, and aquatics then becomes a perfect opportunity to try to reach out to the community to support both learn to swim for our young children, where we want a community that everyone can learn to be water safe, as well as dealing with the seniors, and that's where this aquatic center concept comes in. Now this is a destination facility that the entire community, when we talk about sandwich generation, so that we can serve people from 2 years of age to 102 years of age. With something like this, then we can look at this so that we can have a facility that really does become a quality of life facility for Sacramento.
So what that led us to was really to develop a list of amenities that we felt were necessary to put into this facility to achieve, as Dennis mentioned, a destination facility, but also capture some of the revenue opportunities that we saw here. Believe it or not, City of Sacramento does not operate a 50-meter pool. Many other communities in this region have a 50-meter pool and operate that successfully with the U.S. swim team. It's dedicated to that location, City of Roseville, City of Folsom, City of Davis, so on and so forth, but not the City of Sacramento. And there is an opportunity lost there because many U.S. swim teams fly into the international airport just north of District 1, North Natomas, and drive right by and head off to City of Roseville, other locations, Folsom, Davis, et cetera, to compete in those matches, several thousands of people each year. And so what we saw was really a need to consider a 50-meter pool at this location. With the 50-meter competition pool comes warm-up needs, and if you're operating a day-to-day operation with a aquatics facility of this kind, then certainly you're also operating some sort of lessons, other types of swimming events for families, and then also looking at the opportunity for children, zero entry activity, splashdown pads, slides, other kinds of amenities. When it came to the community center itself, one of the things that was very apparent early on through the process is that the area of both North Natomas and South Natomas does really not have a large-scale community center. The South Natomas Community Center has some, I'll say, 100 to 150 person-sized rooms. There are some, Natomas Park, for example, and their own community center can house about the same. But there really was nothing that housed between about 200 to 400 people. And that really starts to set up new opportunities for other kinds of things. Various parties, other community types of events, weddings, quinceañeras, all sorts of different activities that you could operate there if we had a space that was just a little bit larger. And then further need to provide flexible spaces for classroom type of activities. And then a desire, as we mentioned here, to host, again, weddings, parties, all sorts of different kinds of things by having the flexibility of a large space as opposed to individual
We drew
small
the
spaces.
unlucky straw being last on the agenda, so I'm going to help you move through it just a little bit
We're losing us,
faster
yeah,
here.
okay.
Let's just, I think they understand that North Natomas doesn't have a community center or a pool, and those are important components to this. But let's move to the next slide, which shows some of the phasing. Maybe you can take us through that quickly.
Yeah. So the design itself was really, the underpinning of the design was the location of the community center there on the corner of New Market Drive and Via and Gaglia. And as we talked about before, really it being the living room, if you will, for the backyards being the pools. And you can imagine that community center opening up, taking advantage of some of the climate that we have here in Sacramento evenings and having an opportunity to really blur the indoor and outdoor spaces. The buildings sort of form the barrier, the pools are back behind. We show enough parking and enough green space to support the large-scale events, but we have the opportunity to build on to that as we know we're going to need additional parking and green space in the future. So the areas that are depicted here in the dark colors are really that first phase, that $24 million piece that we're looking at. And then the other pieces, the lighter colors, serving as future phase elements as we move forward.
And just to hit this point too, Councilmember Chenier, you mentioned diving, and a couple of you have asked me about therapy pools. So the first phase is, like I told you, and we'll get to this piece in just a moment, maybe go to the next slide, the $24 million piece. So these the two components that we just flew by, you don't really need to see them, but they're reduced. So in the next phase, we can add on whatever other sort of aquatic priorities, as you've heard these guys talk about, that we want to add on. So we started with, and these pictures are important, the items that the experts in aquatics felt were the most important to attach to the community center. So you want to pick it up from there, Brian?
Yeah, so these renderings kind of depict, in general, the concept behind the aquatic center. And what you can see here is, I'll say, amenities or types of things that really bring up the specialness or the uniqueness of this sort of facility. The cabanas, the palm trees, some of the elements that you wouldn't normally see in a neighborhood pool, but you would see as part of, I'll say, a highly competitive aquatics complex. And so these are the things that we wanted to make sure we built into the project to, again, make this not only a destination for District 1, but a destination for Sacramento and regionally in Northern California.
This piece is probably the most important in terms of the view for all of you. As you heard, we don't have an Olympic-sized pool in the city of Sacramento, including at any of the colleges. So this site here would make us eligible for competitions, for hosting events. You have letters of support from lots of groups, but one of them is the Sports Commission for Sacramento and Visit Sacramento, both of whom lobbied hard for us to improve this space dramatically. The Sports Commission sees this as a key component moving forward, not just for swimming, but for triathlons and other pieces. So that's why there are locker rooms, that's why there's a covered seating area, and that those components add to what we can draw in from a convention sports perspective.
And again, further views of the overall design, the idea being that the community center, the aquatics complex are all tied into one another. And by the way, the competition pool would serve as a primary pool for Inderkum High School. And so the position and location of this pool in connection with the high school is critical in terms of negotiating a fair and even partnership between the district and the city.
This slide, normally the issue most important to the council, because the pictures are great and we all can say yes to that, is how much will it cost? And you all know that this item originally started on the council budget priority list as a $5 million recurring item. My budget gap was $15 million. I have since, with the help of finance and the treasurer was incredibly helpful to me, bridged that gap, and I am now bringing you a project fully funded. It does not require general fund money. It has partners. The primary partner is Natomas Unified, which you'll see in the next projection, but it's a $24 million build out for phase 1. That's the costing right there. The funding is coming primarily from development fees collected into the North Natomas Finance Plan. Do you have the next slide, Brian, that shows us?
Yeah, I can jump to that one. We kind of talked about cost recovery here, which we're looking at strategies to really try and maximize the cost recovery so we don't have ongoing expenses year to year as best we can. But let's just jump into that revenue sources here.
Just really quick before that's great, but because operating costs are an issue with this council, if you could just go back one more slide to the operating costs. Just note that on the low end, no matter how we operate this pool, because of the way they have developed it, and I'm not sure we're giving quite as much credit as we need to here about what level of expertise we actually have in the room for aquatics, these guys are nationally known for this. And because of the way they put together the amenities, these are not necessarily things that the community asks for. They're things that go together well as an aquatic facility that market well. So it allows us to partner, plus the proximity. You all know that Los Rios is on the adjacent site, and they have prioritized expansion of that site in their most recent vote, as has Inderkum, which has 2,000 students. So this item was included in a bond already with Natomas Unified, so it already has, and you have that letter too from the school district here, between 1.5 and 4.5 million, probably closest to $2 million dedicated in infrastructure, but also in the ongoing expenses. Natomas Unified will help pay for maintenance, as will Los Rios, if they join in with some swim programs, which they likely will based on the build out and their additions. Then we've also gone out and done some of the front end work to identify what some of these other groups would be for cost recovery in terms of the ongoing upkeep of this pool, which is important because our pools run at a deficit. This one should not, and if it did, it would be far under where our average is on other pools in terms of a percentage.
So as Councilwoman Ashby pointed out, when we looked at potential revenue sources, Natomas Unified School District being the obvious, they have positioned dollars from their Measure J bond, and we have a range here primarily because we believe that if they were to build their own pool at Inderkum High School, there would probably be an expense about $4.5 million just for a 25 meter by 25 yard facility. And so we look to see if we can maximize that dollar amount as the city negotiates with Natomas Unified School District. Furthermore, the North Natomas Finance Plan, as Councilwoman Ashby pointed out, really funding the balance. There are North Natomas Regional Park fees that may be considered in the future phases, but we're not really positioning that at this moment. And then a facility of this kind also has the ability for naming rights. And probably the best example in that region is the Benvenuti Performing Arts Center, having the ability to raise somewhere around $500,000 in naming rights up front, and other miscellaneous sponsorships that may be considered. And we do have some, I'll say, more detailed information in our feasibility study of what that might look like.
So you can go to the probably last page. These are their recommendations, which you can look through, but they're pretty consistent. The final page shows their contact information, which for the three of you have already texted me, how do you get one? The answer is to contact one of these folks and do a feasibility study. But I think we need to see it as a regional amenity that is for all of us. And one really important component to this is through this feasibility study, which John Shirey actually helped me do, the economic group that we brought on to do this study actually is the group that helped identify that we didn't have funding for regional parks. And then we hired them to do a second study citywide on our parks. And they are the ones, this group, that put together what we just adopted in the last couple months as an entirely new fee structure. So this is what we get when we really think audaciously big. We restructured, you guys, we already took a vote to restructure all of how we do our parks that came out of just even looking at how do we figure out ways to fund this. And by the way, we're not using any of that funding. So at some point in the future, I am going to come back to this council and ask for help with some of those regional dollars for regional parks. The North Natomas Regional Park at build-out will be the largest regional park in Sacramento, and no funding source was ever set aside to develop it out. So everything that we've been able to do, we've had to come with creative financing mechanisms to get done. So I want to add my thanks to the team, and your level of expertise is just unprecedented. Dennis, I'm really glad you made the trip to be here for this presentation. He is renowned, so I hope to have you engaged in this process as we move forward. The one piece I think I owe my district is anybody who would be watching this who comes out to North Natomas would you help me out and just set this on the thing? Would ask the question, what about the dog park? Because we have designed this right over the top of an existing dog park. And any of you who have a dog park in your district know how much people love dog parks. You cannot eliminate them without explaining what you're going to do. We've already, the Parks Department has already designed a better dog park. The one that we had some issues anyway. This is what it looks like. This is the potential location we're looking at right now, although we haven't solidified it yet. There's plenty of room. We may put it on a slightly different spot, but I want folks to know that it is a priority and that the Parks Department we've already set aside a plan for how we will recreate that prior to the aquatic facility being open. And then the next question that people may want to know is how long will this take? And why am I presenting an item to you that is fully funded? And here's why. I have to, because it is such a large item. This has a 3-step process. I think the other 2 components can probably be on consent, but you had to hear it, even though you're not voting on it tonight. It had to be presented to you so that I can place the funding mechanisms on the consent calendars over the next 2 to 4 weeks, create the CIP, move the funding over, and get that headed forward, which I need to be able to do so that I can go. My hope is to break ground in the summer months, and we're estimating it to be about a 2-year build out for phase 1, and then we'll figure out how we're going to do the next phases after that. So I know it was a long night for you, but thank you for sitting through this. It's a component that I have to be able to do. You can if you turn on your mic.
So, it is a little bit late, but I actually want to really thank you for presenting this because it's really a huge project, an impactful project. You've obviously brought a lot of expertise to it. But the other thing is, you could have come to the City Council with a large general fund request. And instead, you figured out a creative way through the development, through working with the school districts, to finance what will be, in fact, a great city and regional amenity without impacting the general fund. So I want to say thanks, because I think that's worth it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're all welcome. And I know we have a couple of speakers I really hope you will hear from tonight. It's limited to just a few, but it's meaningful, and the community's waited a long time to see this project come forward, so thank you.
It's good. Let's hear from our speakers. We got three that want to speak on this?
Yes, we have Lynn Lindsay, James Butler, and Lisa Prey.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. My name is Lynn Lindsay, and I'm a resident of North Natomas, District 1. I have been involved in park development issues through the Friends of the North Natomas Regional Park, committee to select the firm to conduct the feasibility study for the North Natomas Community and Aquatic Center, past District 1 Parks and Recreation Commissioner and current District 1 Planning Commissioner. The North Natomas Regional Park preliminary design was developed in 2000. There was little progress on its development. Fast forward to 2010, our current council member solicited the community's input on the amenities it would like to have. Although some of the amenities have been constructed prior to and after the building moratorium was lifted, which is approximately 50 acres of the 200-acre parks, at the top of the list was a community center and aquatics facility. A vision supported by the community for an aquatic center which includes an Olympic-sized pool that will provide a regional recreation and competition destination. An important amenity that will deliver economic benefits not only to Natomas, but to the city as a whole. In addition to public swimming, it will offer connections to school districts and college swim teams and competitive swim clubs. The Aquatic Center will be able to host swim athletics, team practice sessions, and meets. Currently, to access competition Olympic-sized pools, teams have to look outside of the city. The North Natomas area is the only council district without a community center and public swimming pool. Is the community passionate about its parks? Passionate about the development of its community and aquatic center? You bet it is. I appreciate your support as the city moves closer to making this a reality. Make this a city priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
James?
Hello, Mayor, Council. James Butler. I'm a fire captain from the city of Sacramento, and I am a Natomas Park resident, District 1. I'm here in support of the North Natomas Aquatic Center. I grew up in Sacramento. I've swam competitively since I was 6 years old. I swam age group. I've swam high school, Jesuit high school. I swam in college. And now I swim for Masters team, SAC Masters. We swim at Natomas Racket Club. And my daughter swims for the Natomas Aqua Bears. So I'm very excited about this project. The Sacramento does not have a 50-meter pool, Olympic size. Places like Davis, Woodland, Folsom, have Olympic-sized pools, but the city of Sacramento doesn't. I mean, it's Yolo and Placer County. Get real. We're the economic engine of this region. We should have the biggest and baddest stuff of it all. Swimming has provided me the structure to go to college, to get my education, to graduate from college, and basically every swim team in this area will come and swim at this aquatic center because, like I said, it's the only 50-meter pool in Sacramento, and it will pay for the operating cost itself, that alone. And every kid will be inspired to swim because, I was asked one time about swimming and why there are more African Americans in swimming. Well, there's no pools in the hood is why.
Gotcha.
And this will allow these kids to have another option.
I asked James specifically to come because his story is so unique. As you all know, Natomas Unified School District is the most diverse school district in the United States of America. And while you might not think of it because the economics are sometimes higher than other areas, the diversity is incredible. And there is no swimming pool, no public pool. So the idea that somebody like James was raised in Sacramento and went to school Chico State as a swimmer, and now, by the way, represents the city of Sacramento on the firefighters teams in the World Games and won gold medals in swimming for Sacramento, has everything to do with his access to swimming as a kid, and that is what this is really all about for all of us. So, James, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
So James, real quick, Freely, somebody told me you're committed to coaching from now to the time you're 55 years old.
Well, I was thinking more when I got to 55 when I'm retired.
Okay.
So they said you could do both. All right, thanks very much.
Okay, our last speaker, Lisa.
And just as she's coming up, I asked Lisa and Carolyn to come because these two ladies lead senior Olympic programs that in my district that are incredibly popular, and they are always talking about needing more facilities to expand for seniors to be able to do more outdoor activities. So I'm grateful to you both for being here and hanging through that meeting.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm Lisa Prey. I live in North Natomas in Heritage Park, which is a senior community. We have a very active community. But when I first purchased there in 2004, I kept driving by this vacant field that had a little pond in the middle of it, and I kept thinking, that's going to be Land Park someday. You know, Land Park is a jewel in our community, and I just kept thinking, we're going to have a land park right by where we live. And this is one step in getting us to that point. It's so critical for us to have these recreation facilities for our youth, for our grandparents who want to bring their grandchildren to play. It's just critical for the development of our community. And as Councilmember Ashby said, definitely would attract competitions from outside our region, which brings tourist dollars to Sacramento. It's an important key in our economic development. With the appropriate facilities, we could host a senior games. And senior games, by the way, attract upwards of 20,000 people to a single competition. So we're talking a large amount of people coming to Sacramento to enjoy our wonderful climate and also all of our great recreation facilities. So I really encourage you to just get this one on the boards and let's get working on it and then get starting on phase 2 while we're working on this one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lisa. And then just finally, you have letters in front of you from the Natomas Chamber, the Metro Chamber, Natomas Unified School District, the Sacramento Sports Commission, and Visit Sacramento, all of whom participated in the feasibility study and support the item. I also received messages from Supervisor Cerna and Senator Pan, who wanted you to know that they're very supportive and appreciate you guys taking the time to hear the item tonight. That is it for me. Thank you.
So this is a receive and file item, is that correct?
It is a receive and file item tonight, but then you can kind of keep your eye out because there will be, I think, 2 components that come forward, probably on consent, that will represent the funding component for it and lay out that structure. And if I do this presentation tonight, I don't think we'll have to do presentations in the future because you can just read those staff reports, or at least that's the hope.
So again, Councilmember Ashby, great job. I am confident that we can just take the North Natomas name off after you finish yours and put our district's name on here as well, right?
We'll just name one cabana after each council district. How about that?
So we're going to talk afterward. Thank you very much. Good job. Good job. Okay. You have appointments?
Yes, for on behalf of the mayor.
Mm-hmm.
We have, actually, this one is for District 3. It's the Sacramento Youth Commission, District 3. Joseph Sison, is that how you say it? Sison. That's the only one.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll move to council comments. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Chenier.
Thank you. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Real quick, I want to do a AB 1234 report. I spent the last 2 days with folks from SACOG, the city, the county. Patrick Kennedy was there at the Center for Transportation Excellence. It was a 2-day conference basically on transportation funding. And we heard quite a bit about Seattle's $54 billion sales tax that they put on, and LA's $120 billion sales tax that they put on to do transportation. We know how important transportation is to a great city, and what I'd request is probably about 10 to 15 minutes or so on an agenda to talk a little bit about next steps that we're talking about doing on this.
Okay, at a future meeting. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A couple of brief announcements. One is that Pops in the Park is going to start soon. No load to the general fund, just saying. And so it's a really great concert series. Free to all people who want to come. It's at every Saturday in June in District 3 in East Sacramento. And we've got flyers all around town, and it's on our website. So we hope to see you there. Another item I'd like to announce is this Friday night, Councilmember Ashby and I are going to co-host a fundraiser for the greenhouse. It's called Kids at Heart. It'll be at Clooney Center, and we're very excited. Both of us fully support this program that takes care of youth in the River Gardens area and Gardenland. Really great nonprofit that really nurtures youth from kindergarten all the way through high school, with after-school tutoring and recreational programs as well. It's a really great outfit, and we're looking forward to having a great evening.
Councilmember Guerra.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. 3 quick announcements. Tomorrow night, we're going to have the Tahoe Park Town Hall. It's also the elections for the Neighborhood Association. We're going to have our different department heads there to answer questions as a resource fair. We're going to try something a little different there, so bring your questions for different departments from parks to public safety. Then we have our Tahoe Park food truck on Friday at 5 o'clock over in Tahoe Park. And then lastly, at the Kelowna Community Center, save the date, June 3rd, 11 a.m., we're going to have a Parks Open House at the Kelowna Community Center in Elmhurst. So we got those 3 events, this Wednesday, 6 o'clock, Friday, 5 o'clock, and then June 3rd at 11 a.m.
Great. And I'll close you out with the Matsuyama delegation, our sister city of 35 years, is coming, and they will be here on Thursday, May the 25th. They'll arrive at the Sacramento airport. They'll be staying at the Embassy Suites. And on the 26th, they're going to come here to City Hall. The delegates, 26 delegates, they'll arrive here. The Grant Drumline will be here to welcome them. And they will visit City Hall and then go to Orchid Elementary, have lunch at Vallejo's, go to California State University, C.K. McClatchy, and then have dinner at the California Automobile Museum. Classic Cars will pick them up from the Embassy Suite and drive them down to the museum, and we'll do that in a classic car parade. So if you got an old school car, contact me and I'll tell you where to show up so you can take some of the delegates down to the museum. We'll have dinner at the museum, and then they will finish on Saturday with the Old Sacramento Underground Tour, the Sacramento Musical Festival, the Golden One Center Tour. They'll visit the state capitol, the California Museum, and then they will head to San Francisco. They'll be here with us for 3 days, 26 delegates. We want to show them an incredible time while they're here in Sacramento. So I'm asking all the council members and the mayor to join us at any point that they're here. Any event that you want to attend, please let me know. I'll make sure we have space for you. We're looking forward to a great visit and show them what Sacramento is all about. So please join me. Thank you. With that, no other business. This meeting is adjourned.